2nd, 2023 will come to order. Pledge of Allegiance, please. Pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call, please.
Chairwoman Spidell. Vice Chairman Richardson.
Here.
Secretary Grant.
Here.
Member Perez.
Here.
Member Aton.
Here.
Member Faison.
Here.
Member Childs.
Here.
School Board Member Gilbert.
Here.
Okay, we do have a quorum. Chelsea?
I'd like to invite Ted Garrod to join me at the podium for his swearing in. Sir, please raise your right hand and left on the Bible and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Theodore Garrod,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to protect and defend
to protect and defend
the Constitution
the Constitution
and government
and government
of the United States
of the United States
and the state of Florida
and the state of Florida
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
domestic or foreign,
domestic or foreign,
and that I will bear
and I will bear
true faith,
true faith,
loyalty, and allegiance
loyalty, and allegiance
to the same,
to the same,
and that I am entitled
and that I am entitled
to hold office
to hold office
under the Constitution,
under the Constitution.
that I will faithfully perform
I will faithfully perform
all of the duties
all of the duties
of the office
of the office
of the Planning and Zoning Commission
of the Planning and Zoning Commission
of the City of Titusville,
of the City of Titusville,
on which I am about to enter.
which I'm about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you and congratulations. You may take your seat. We have one alternate member who I would like to invite up for his swearing in. Mr. John Rogers. Sir, please raise your right hand and left on the Bible. Thank you. Please repeat after me. I state your name.
John Rogers,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support,
that I will support,
protect, and defend
protect, and defend
the Constitution
the Constitution
and government
and government
of the United States
of the United States
and state of Florida
and state of Florida
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
domestic or foreign,
domestic or foreign,
and that I will bear
and that I will bear
true faith,
true faith,
loyalty, and allegiance
loyalty, and allegiance
to the same,
to the same,
and that I am entitled
and that I am entitled
to hold office
to hold office
under the Constitution,
under the Constitution,
that I will faithfully perform
that I will faithfully perform
all of the duties
all of the duties
of the office
of the office
of the Planning and Zoning Commission
of the Planning and Zoning Commission
of the City of
of
Titusville,
the City of Titusville,
on which I am about to enter.
in which I am about to
Yes.
enter.
Yes. So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you so much. And your seat is going to be right here. I'll put your nameplate up and we'll ask the chairman to formally appoint one of the alternates to fill in as for the regular position.
Mr. Childs will
Thank you.
act as an alternate tonight.
So next to Ms. Gilbert.
Yes, sir.
Oh, great.
Next is approval of the minutes. Approval of minutes of February the 8th.
I have a comment about the
Yeah.
so I think the only correction would be, technically I wasn't reappointed by the February 8th, so I don't think I was technically absent. And then Member Faison, it says that Member Faison was an alternate member, and I think he was confirmed from City Council to be a regular member at the time. So that's the only corrections, I think.
Okay. Any other corrections to the minutes? Is there a motion to approve the minutes of February the 8th? Mr. Aton,
Move to approve as corrected.
is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Grant seconded. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, if
Yeah.
I may, I have a question. Since I'm a new member, I wasn't present at the meeting the minutes are being approved for. I wouldn't feel that I need to approve and abstain from the vote.
All members who are now sitting must be voting members, and so you are required to vote, and they were provided in the agenda packet, so you'd have the opportunity to review them.
Very good. I've reviewed the minutes, so thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, the minutes are approved. Next item is, Chelsea, will you read the rules of engagement, please?
I'd be happy to. The notice provided on the agenda states that all persons who anticipate speaking on any public hearing item must fill out an oath card to be heard on that agenda item and sign the oath contained thereon. These cards are located on the table near the entrance to the council chamber or may be obtained from the recording secretary. This meeting will be conducted in accordance to the procedures adopted in Resolution Number 24-1997. Those speaking in favor of a request will be heard first, those opposed will be heard second, and those who wish to make a public comment on the item will speak third. The applicant may make a brief rebuttal if necessary. A representative from either side, for or against, may cross-examine a witness. Anyone who speaks is considered a witness. If you have photographs, sketches, or documents that you desire for the commission to consider, they must be submitted into evidence and will be retained by the city. Please submit such exhibits to the recording secretary.
Thank you. Mr. Parrish, do you have a couple of announcements and a change in the agenda?
I do. I first wanted to inform the commission that our former senior planner, Eddie Galindo, was recently promoted to be our principal planner and is in charge of our. So he's leading the planning division in the community development department. And then the other thing I wanted to ask the commission if you would be willing to rearrange the agenda a little bit. The very last item, 11B, is a public participation presentation. We developed this several years ago as to kind of give a overview of the department and what we do and the role of each of the commissioners and boards. And we have our new planner, Joshua Mesnick, who will give a presentation. It's probably about 10 or 15 minutes. And we want to ask if you would be willing to allow that agenda item to be first before the rest of the items.
Any objection? Okay, so ordered. Go ahead. Yeah, Eddie's the big dog. And I asked him 6 months ago if he would become the planning manager.
He knew it all along, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Absolutely.
You deserve it. Brad kind of put you on the spot, didn't he?
Yeah. All right. Yep. All right. So hello, everyone. Planning and Zoning Commission. My name is Joshua Mesnick. As Brad said before, I'm the new city planner for the city of Titusville. I want to welcome everyone today. I'll be presenting about the public participation guide, which is a presentation to inform the public about the responsibilities of the community development department. So in the community development department, we base everything, we go off of what's called a comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan is a plan that identifies the community needs and wants through community involvement. These challenges, by identifying these challenges, we can create a roadmap to overcome said challenges for growth and change within the city. This creates a clear vision for future development of the city. Without a comp plan, the city can become less organized and private property owners could potentially not become say as happy. Also, the state of Florida requires a comp plan for every city. All right. So the origins of the comp plan and the comprehensive plan and planning in Florida comes in the early 1970s, about 1972. The Florida State Comprehensive Plan Act of 1972 establishes a planning process for the state. In 1975, the Local Government Comprehensive Planning Act requires that local governments adapt a comprehensive plan or implement plans for future development of the city. In 1985, the Land Development Regulation Act helps foster growth and preserve natural resources for the ever-growing state of Florida. And then in 2011, the Community Planning Act was to manage future growth with proper role of local government while protecting state resources and functions. So the comprehensive plan is a unified vision for the community. The visionary document that acts as a roadmap for future development. It's supposed to be a guide for the city. The Titusville comprehensive plan is divided within 10 elements. This includes future land use, transportation, housing, infrastructure, coastal management, conservation, intergovernmental coordination, capital improvements, and recreation, open space, and public schools. Each element is organized by goals. The goals provide the broad vision and idealize future state of the city. These goals are met by meeting the objectives. The objectives are achieved by the adoption of policies put into place. The goal is what establishes the long-term future plan. The objective gives more specific goals such as walkability, urban sprawl, affordable housing, and so forth. So the comprehensive plan sets up the vision for the future development. It guides us in setting up land development codes and regulations and the standards we use, whether the intended use is in the correct zoning, so we don't have residential on top of industrial. We also have development standards that limit building setbacks, height, lot coverage, density, so forth. The Community Development Department reviews these plans to ensure they meet code. The concurrency, site plan review, and subdivision reviews. For instance, concurrencies ensures that local government has the proper infrastructure capacity to serve the development. If a project doesn't meet these standards, the applicant may downsize, withdraw the application, or agree to conditions to pay for the needed infrastructure. And then we have what's called a technical manual and building codes. These are more regulations and standards. The technical manual is more for horizontal construction, such as landscaping, parking standards, and so forth. And then the building codes are more for the actual structure of the building itself. So what drives these plans? Most of it is just community involvement, what the community needs, what the community wants, environmental concerns, school concerns, transportation needs. But it's all helped with community involvement. One of these resources that we use to identify the needs and wants of the community is through a program called GIS, Geographic Information System. This helps identify and analyze relationships and patterns within the city through maps. The planning staff uses this to maintain city zoning, future land use regulations, economic, environmental, demographic data, and so forth. So we have the comprehensive plan amendment. So a comprehensive plan amendment is a way for text or future land use map changes to occur. These comp plan amendments require recommendation from Public and Zoning Commission, such as you guys, followed by confirmation from the City Council. The zoning regulations establishes the use for density, intensity, and even height. A rezoning is a change of the zoning itself. Actually, so when a property is trying to get rezoned, it has to be consistent with the future land use map and the comprehensive plan. It has a similar process to the comprehensive plan amendment, and owners in the area are to be notified when a property close by is to be rezoned or is potentially to be rezoned. Let's see. So then we have another development process, which is the conditional use. A conditional use grants special uses to an area. This requires a public hearing. By granting a CUP, a conditional use permit, City Council may impose conditions such as buffers, height restrictions, size, time restrictions, time limits, and these uses may be appropriate to the zoning district. However, it may have an unusual impact to the surrounding area. Another process is the variance. A variance is an exception to the land development regulations. This is heard by the Board of Adjustments and Appeals. They provide special exceptions to the land and the structures that are developed. Variances are generally granted when there is a unnecessary hardship from the land or the structure. These must always be to the minimum necessary changes. So, for instance, if a setback, if somebody wants to set back something to 5 feet but the minimum setback is currently 10 feet and they only need 2 feet, we're only going to grant them that 2 feet. Another process is an annexation. This is the bringing in a property from the unincorporated Brevard County into the city of Titusville city limits. Typically, people do this to receive municipal services such as water, sewers, fire, police department, stuff like that. And then another process we have is a plat or a subdivision. These developments requires applicants to go through a process that includes a pre-application meeting, a sketch plat, preliminary plat, site plans, and a final plat. This process is to ensure that safe and convenient traffic circulation, coordinated street design patterns, adequate services are being brought into that area, and stuff such as environmental conservation and flood control. And we have a master plan, which is for a very single development, such as Titus Landing, that requires a development agreement. These agreements detail the standards and conditions of the development and could be slightly different than the zoning in the area, but it's still taking into consideration the zoning in the area. So these are development processes. Now we have administrative tasks, which are generally does not require city council to approve these. So the site plans are legally binding, detailed engineered plans. If the site plan meets all the requirements, then it should be approved. And for building permits, building permits are required for any construction or major renovation. They ensure the projects are all meet the aspects of the Florida State building codes and the Titusville land development regulations. And then we have business tax receipts, pretty much ensures that businesses are operating legally and have paid their annual taxes. These administrative processes generally come after master plans and all the other plans after. And so we have, where we get our informational resources mostly is from something called Municode, which is where the land development code is located. It is a web base that contains legal documents for local governments. They have thousands of different cities on their website, including ours. They contain our land development regulations, land development code, and it's basically useful management that the city uses. And we also have the City of Titusville Comprehensive Plan, if you want to look that up. Any questions?
Are there any questions? Well, thank you for the presentation, and we're not near as mean as they told you we are.
Good to know.
Welcome to City Titusville.
Thank you.
Okay, Brad, under New Business Development Agreement 1-2023 Tranquility Fourth Amendment.
Excuse me. So this next agenda item for you is, starts on page 12 of your packet. This is the development agreement number 1-2023 Tranquility Bay, Fourth Amendment to the original development agreement that was approved in 2017. Mr. Gary Allen Jr., on behalf of Sunbelt Titusville Investments, LLC, and Carolina Holdings, LLC, the owners, is requesting this amendment to this agreement. Basically, I've outlined, I just summarized what the agreement modifications are being requested here on that page 12 and 13. I won't read word for word, but I'll just briefly go through what it says. The current vested development, or the vested rights in this development agreement allow for 2,404 residential units of a mix of either single family or multifamily. That's not changing. That's not what's being proposed here. The planned community will be developed in multiple phases in approximately 340 plus acres located between Indian River Lagoon and US Highway 1 and Columbia Boulevard State Road 405 roadways. The property has a current designation of regional mixed use, and this is the only property in the city that has that land use. This was specifically designed land use for this property. It also has a regional commercial zoning district, but was also a specific zoning district for that was supposed to underlie underneath that comprehensive plan future land use designation. The amendment that's being proposed will replace exhibits B1 through B5 of the original agreement and replace them with B, which is the overall plan, and B1, which is open space. Those are identified on page 66 and 67 of your packet, the overall master plan and open space plan. Another change that's being requested is to reconfigure the subdistricts. The RMU zoning district has several subdistricts that are supposed to be prescribed in several areas of this development. The code says they're supposed to pick 3. They're titled RMU 100, 200, 300, 400, and 500. The applicant, or the current agreement, is utilizing the 100 through 400, is not using 500, that's industrial. The 100 is primarily public, could be used for preservation. The RMU 200 subdistrict is primarily for single-family uses. RMU 300 is primarily for multifamily uses, or 300 is, and then 400 can be for commercial primarily, but also it can include multifamily uses as well. Our zoning use table, which is in our code right now, identifies these sub-districts as if, and treats them as if they're zoning districts, and has listed permitted uses, limited uses, and conditional uses in those sub-districts. The applicant is asking to reconfigure the boundaries of these sub-districts within the RMU zoning district. Another change that the applicant is asking for is to increase the maximum height in certain areas of the property. So currently, the master plan that was approved in 2017 identifies the location of where the RMU 300 and 400, that's multifamily and commercial, or commercial with multifamily. The proposal is to change the boundaries of those districts and expand them in more areas, so thereby actually increasing the areas where height can be increased. In 2017, there was a waiver to allow structures to exceed the 50-foot maximum limit in this zoning district to go up to 100 in those two zoning subdistricts. Another caveat was that if the structures are going to be located within 250 feet of Columbia Boulevard, they would be maxed out at 75 feet. Well, with the reconfiguration of the zoning subdistricts, now we have more areas where these increased heights can be. So we believe that is a need for a waiver. In other words, they're requesting a waiver again, but just more areas. Another change is reduces the size and configuration of the open space that was previously approved with the 2017 plan. There was parcels 11A and parcel 11B that was identified in the 2017 plan that were originally supposed to be scrub jay habitat. In 2015, I believe we received an environmental study that said that there were no longer viable areas for scrub jay habitat. Those areas, though, were still proposed to be preserved and were approved to be preserved as open space areas as part of the original master plan in 2017. But now we've got a proposal to reduce the size of those areas. Another change is it proposes 20% of the open space requirement and parks instead of the 20% open space and 15% parks. So it's a kind of a different interpretation of what the minimum open space and park and recreation requirements are in the code. In 2017, there was an Exhibit B7, that was approved with the master plan in 2017 that illustrated compliance, it easily illustrated compliance with those two definitions of what is open space, which is a minimum 20% for the whole development, and parks and recs, which is a minimum 15% for the whole development. What the applicant is proposing is a different interpretation of how that should be applied, that they should be overlapping. That has been my interpretation based on the application and the proposals that were given to me. So I believe that's a major deviation from what was originally approved. So I guess it's really before the City Council and the Planning and Zoning Commission to determine whether our interpretation is correct. Or otherwise, if what we approved back in 2017 is correct. Another change is to eliminate the specificity as to location of various open space, parks, and recreation areas. So there was a public park that was going to be proposed along the waterfront. The applicant is indicating that the dimension or the area of that public park is not changing. However, when I look to compare what's being proposed to what was approved in 2017, I believe there's some significant changes. The waterfront itself seems to be narrower, and there's an area of stormwater system that was approved with the phase 1 of the Tranquility phase 1 subdivision that was platted and is under construction now. That's now being counted towards that minimum public park that was originally approved with the 2017 agreement. So the acreage may be the same, but now it's actually what's usable is a little bit less because now a lot of it's been taken up by a pond that was originally approved with an adjacent subdivision. They are also taking away a second interior public park. My understanding with conversations with the applicant is that they will provide something when site plans are submitted throughout the development. Another change is to propose stormwater ponds in the minimum 20% open space. So on the new Exhibit B1, which is on page 67 of your packet, they've highlighted an area that's green, and they've identified that as how they're demonstrating meeting the 20% open space requirement. The code is pretty clear from what I read, is that the open space is a minimum 20%, and it specifically says retention areas should not be counted towards open space. But then the next definition for park and recreation is silent on that. And it seems that stormwater retention areas could be counted towards that minimum 15% park and recreation. So it seems like on the Exhibit B1 that was submitted to us on that page 67, it identifies existing stormwater retention areas that were approved with Phase 1 and Phase 2 of the single-family subdivisions that are along the water as counting towards that minimum 20% open space. They have proposed several amenities. They've identified lots of different types of amenities that should be included in all the different parks and recreation and open space areas. That's on that Exhibit B1 on page 67 of your packet. You'll see two tables, one on each top right corner, another one on the top left corner, one for open space, one for parks and recs, and then identify different types of amenities underneath them as to what they'll include, such as observation benches, observation towers, trails and walkways and such. One other change that they're proposing is that it'll delete the requirement to donate property to the city for a future fire station. We didn't have any objection from our fire department about that, so we don't. What I did do in the staff report on page 14 was try to analyze this based on the comprehensive plan policies and the zoning code. But I think the most important part to you would be page 17 of your packet. You'll see I've included excerpts from the current master plan versus the proposed Fourth Amendment. And you'll see the images there show tables from the current master plan that show the different parcels and RMU, regional mixed use zoning subdistricts, the density that they've identified, the acreage for each one, the type of uses they're primarily going to be in those areas, and then the number of units that would be in each one. If you look to the right, this is the replacement table. This is the proposed plan. It identifies RMU districts within parcels. Within parcels, they have sometimes two different RMU subdistricts. The boundaries of those within those parcels will move around depending on where they believe a park could possibly be or a recreation or an open space could be. And that would be determined at site plan stage. When I look at that, I feel like that's going to be problematic for us to be able to administer and make sure we are on track to make sure that as each site plan comes through that we're not creating an issue where there's, the last person coming in is not going to be able to complete what they need to do, or it might end up with an unusable piece of property. Or it's also when these boundaries are changing, or where they're determining as site plans are submitted, where a park will go, where an open space will go, and now we're kind of adjusting where boundaries of RMU 400 or 300 or 200 are going to really go. I think that's kind of contrary to the amendment section of this zoning district. As I said earlier, this zoning district is unique to this property. It was tailor-made several years ago for this area. It includes a process for the amending the boundaries of these subdistricts. There's an administrative process, and there's also a public hearing process, depending on the type of amendment to those boundaries. With the proposal that you see here on the right side of page 17 of your packet, I'm not sure how to apply, or how the city or even future staff will be able to apply those amendment procedures as changes are presented to us with each site plan. On page, I'm going to skip through the staff report and just go straight to page 25 of your packet. In order to illustrate what is being proposed and to kind of show you the comparison between what's proposed versus what's currently governing the property with the existing 2017 master plan, we try to do a comparison table here. It's about 8 pages here of this table. Each row identifies a particular topic or a particular section of the development agreement. We've also included a table, a column here that's called code consistency or concern. So sometimes it might not be strictly a issue with consistency with the code or a comprehensive plan, but it may be an issue that staff may have about how to apply a particular proposal. We've also we'll identify areas where we don't have any objection or we don't think there's an issue here. We also, on the final column, identified some potential recommendations that could be considered. The reason why we also put this in this format is to help the commission and the city council to maybe work with the developer and going through each topic to maybe work through with them on what could be done to resolve particular issues if they exist. I just want to give you a forewarning, though, that any as you work with the developer on these issues, and you may come up with some kind of agreement or solution or whatever that might be, the staff is going to have a hard time being able to say that's good or that's not, because we need time to be able to evaluate the final document and how that would work and be able to be applied administratively through our code cohesively, comprehensively. So it'd be very difficult for us to maybe answer any questions to say, is this a good idea or not? Finally, or actually, not finally, I'm just going to point out on pages on your packet, there is a red line version of the development agreement starting on page 35 of your packet. In 2017, when this agreement was approved, there were subsequent amendments to it. As these amendments were created and adopted, they were not incorporated into the original document. So as we met with the applicant to figure out what they were proposing to do, and we met with them for, I think we had several meetings over the past 10 or 12 months on this. We asked for a document that included all the changes of all the amendments in one document. And I think that's what they gave us. We tried our best to compare it to all the amendments to make sure everything was included. So I think this document you see that is shown as with strike through underline on page 35 is the document that shows all the proposed changes that they are requesting. The final formal official document, Fourth Amendment, is what we emailed to you from the applicant last night after 5 o'clock. I've left a hard copy on your dais for you. It's a clean version. I've highlighted some text that's in the document that's shaded that we believe is just a slight deviation from what was proposed in the strike through underline version on page 35 of your packet. One specific deviation I want to point out. On page 37 of your packet, there's a section there called maximum overall height. It states, as shown on the master plan, no structures and in parcels 1, 2, 5, 6A, 6B, 10B, and so on. All that's being deleted and replaced with the RMU 100 or RMU 200 districts. We understand what they're trying to do here. The RMU 100 and 200 would be restricted to a height of 35 feet. That's consistent with the RMU zoning district. All other parcels shall have a height of 100 feet, which is consistent with what was originally approved in 2017. However, since the boundaries of these subdistricts have been reconfigured, there's a bigger areas of this property that will now be allowed to have 100 feet, which should be addressed in a waiver in another section, which I'll refer to. The section I want to refer to that's really important here is the underlined section. It says, or the maximum height allowed under section 29-162 of the LDR, whichever is greater. What that means is they're making reference to the city's height overlay, which was originally approved in 2018 and then amended in 2019. And there's a clause in that amendment, or on that ordinance that was approved at that time that says, whereas on October 24, 2017, the City Council approved the development agreement for Antigua Bay mixed-use development, and the provisions of this ordinance do not extend to the height provisions as expressly approved in the development agreement adopted in 2017. What this reference that they're adding to here in this strike-through underline version of this agreement on page 37 is that they want to utilize that overlay. That doesn't necessarily mean that all buildings can automatically go up to 150 feet. They have to qualify. So as they come in with a site plan, the development agreement, if approved, will allow them to go up to 100 feet in the RMU 300 or RMU 400, which is the multifamily and commercial or multifamily subdistricts. But also, if they propose a building that can go up to maybe 120 or 150 feet, it would have to qualify based on that ordinance that was originally approved in 2018 and amended in 2019. I know it's a lot of information. If you want me to stop, if you have any questions while I'm speaking to you, just please ask. So that's what this section is trying to do, is make reference or be able to utilize that height overlay if they qualify. So again, it's not automatically making every building up to 150 feet. On page 39 of your packet, this is the section about variances and waivers. In 2017, the code allows a development agreement to be proposed with requests to changes or variances to or waivers to the city's code. It's a unique flexibility in our code for development agreements. And so basically, the applicant is required to propose a bona fide need. And if the bona fide need is justified and accepted by the commission and council, then they can receive that waiver or variance from the code, provided they give us an enhancement. The code does not define bona fide needs specifically or enhancement, so it's really the judgment of the city council and the planning and zoning commission to determine what that is. What they decide, what was proposed at the back in 2017, you'll see in that paragraph B, that new paragraph B, what it used to be C, on page 39 of your packet. This is where, in 2017, they requested the waiver to exceed the maximum 50-foot height in this zoning district to go up to 100 feet, with the exception of 75 feet if they're close to Columbia Boulevard. They got a waiver from the code to allow them to go up to that point at that time based on the location of where these sub-districts are going to be, according to the master plan approved in 2017. The bona fide need was stated in that paragraph. It says, bona fide need allows for density while leaving ample open space throughout the project. The significant enhancement provided the developer is to construct the 3,900 linear feet of walking trails in the appropriate approximate locations depicted on the master plan. So that's basically the same thing as what the justification, bona fide need and enhancements that they used back in 2017. So they're repeating that, but now it's for a larger area of where those structures can be so tall within this development. In the clean version that you have on the dais, the hard copy, which we received by the applicant yesterday, and then we emailed to you after 5 p.m. yesterday, it includes a reference to that height overlay. Our legal staff and their legal representation worked through this, and I believe the applicant may address this, but we had some concerns about making reference to that height overlay. We thought it was a little confusing. If you're saying that you're going to refer to that height overlay, but do you really need a waiver if you still are just going to have to abide by what the code says and qualify? So what waiver are you asking for? So we are suggesting that maybe that language, that reference should be removed from the clean version of the document that you have on your dais. And so then the language you see on page 39 of your packet is what would be adopted if this agreement is adopted, without a specific reference to that height overlay. On page 66 and 67 of your packet, you will see the master plan that is proposed and the open space exhibit. These two documents will replace, again, exhibits B1 through B5 of the 2017 master plan. The proposed master plan you see on page 67, you can actually, I did include the original master plan in your packet on page 95 of your packet. So if you want to look at that and then look back on page 67, you'll see the difference between what was approved in 2017 versus what's being proposed today. But basically what you see on page 66 of your packet is a master plan that consolidates several parcels that were originally approved into larger parcels. And so we believe that there is the RMU 300 and 400 are in much bigger areas throughout this development. One concern that we have about that is that it certainly requires a waiver that's approved in order to expand the areas where height can be, but also it expands the areas where certain types of uses can be approved, primarily multifamily. Again, they're not increasing the number of residential units for this development, but they are increasing the areas where multifamily could be approved. So it begs the question to us whether they're meeting another standard in the code where it says you cannot have more than one use occupy, you can't have one use, occupy more than 50% of this development. So the question is, does that mean one particular sub-district, or is it one particular use? Well, the sub-districts RMU 300 and 400 combined, the acreages that they're proposing here, could allow more than half of this development to be occupied by multifamily structures of some sort. And so we're concerned that that might be a violation of the code. The green areas you see on that master plan on page 66 are the areas that are proposing to be open space and parks, but the boundaries of where those green areas can be moved and adjusted as site plans are submitted to us. Again, we find that problematic because we're not sure how to apply the amendment section from the RMU zoning district as projects are submitted to us, whether they would have to go through the administrative process or a public hearing process. On page 67 of your packet, you'll see the open space exhibit. This is what they were submitted to us to demonstrate compliance with the minimum 20% open space requirement. The applicant has indicated that they believe that the open space 20% open space requirement and the 15% park and recreation requirement should overlap, and that they are providing enough amenities, and that they will provide enough amenities and park recreational amenities as site plans are submitted to us. I've included the original agreement on page 68 of your packet with all the amendments. Amendment 1, 2, and 3, including, you'll see again on page 95, the 2017 master plan. With that, I will try and answer any questions you have on this project.
And your overall recommendation, as stated on page 34, is?
We made the recommendation to not go forward with this agreement. I could have clarified to say maybe not accept at this point and maybe allow us more time to work with the applicant. We tried doing that. When I submitted the draft staff report based on what was submitted to us on November 7th, there were several questions that were posed to us. I'll admit it took us almost 2 months to really thoroughly go through this draft amendment that was submitted to us on November 7th to really understand it, and then get back with a full draft staff report to the applicant. The questions we received back also required us additional time to respond to make sure that we were interpreting things correctly. So there were 5 questions altogether. I believe 4 of them we were able to answer in a certain amount of time. The last one I was not able to get to until the hearings. The applicant decided they wanted to go forward with the hearings and work with the Planning and Zoning Commission and the City Council. So our recommendation at this point, based on what we have right now, you'll see on page 34, is to not go forward with this amendment as presented. We believe that there should be more time given to us to be able to work with the applicant on some of the issues that we found. The biggest issue that we see from staff point of view is more about administration, is more about being able to consistently administer and apply this development agreement as site plans are submitted to us. I personally feel like when I read this, there's so many questions that I'm worried that it won't really benefit the city or the applicant in the long run because there'll be a lot of questions of interpretation. We did suggest in previous meetings ways that could be accomplished as far as or mitigated arrest, I guess, with some exhibits that could be included in here and some suggestions. The applicant is looking for, though, a lot of flexibility through this. And so it's certainly understandable, but we have to work with the code and requirements that we have in place as far as staff's point of view.
Okay, are there any questions of Mr. Parrish at this time?
I have maybe a few, if I may be allowed to ask them, or perhaps I'm
Yeah,
not.
go ahead.
Well, I'm a rank newbie here, so, and pardon my ignorance on a lot of this, but, so the option is not to simply stick with what was approved in 2017. That's not an option.
The agreement you see in 2017 that was approved governs the property. They can go forward with what's there now. That's a vested development. Provides the vested rights that were in effect at that time, so they can go forward with that right now.
Okay.
Was that your question?
Yeah, my question is,
Okay.
so if we were to suggest that they simply stick with what was approved in 2017, then we are within the code or our rights or whatever it is that governs this particular.
I believe so, yes. I mean, that's a governing development. So in other words, what you're saying is, do you have to approve what's presented, or you have to consider what's presented?
No, of course, you consider what's presented, but I'm just saying, based on what the, you've mentioned as some of these complications and confusions, it just seemed to me that if there was something that was approved in 2017 and the property had been purchased at that time, are we within our rights to simply say, let's just stick with what was approved in 2017?
I believe so.
Okay. Well, that was one question. How does one qualify for a 150-foot building in that place?
So the city's height overlay has some qualifications for increasing height in different areas regardless of the zoning. So one qualification for a building to go up to 150 feet states mixed-use development may increase height to 150 feet provided development meets the criteria below. So I'll just summarize a few of them here. Includes buildings with a minimum of 2 uses, such as multifamily and commercial, or hotel and commercial. Commercial uses shall serve the general public, and so on. And then it also talks about provides a walkway and associated amenities along the length of the property's waterfront on the lagoon. The public walkway shall meet the following minimum standards, and then it also describes what those standards would be. So those are their main qualifications. Those are the main ones for qualifying 150 feet in that overlay.
So if they meet those qualifications, then we cannot say, no, you can't go to 150 feet. If they meet those qualifications, then that's a done deal. It goes to 150 feet if they so desire.
So the reference to the height section, I'm going to go to...
But I don't want to get into the weeds on it, but I just, I guess I'm just asking, I'm always kind of a lower building, kind of how I lean. I feel like the area around here it has that kind of scale, and so I prefer a lower. I'm not making that decision, but I'm just saying there is, if those criteria are met, then the building can go to 150 feet.
That's what the overlay states.
Okay. And I guess my only other question is kind of a bit of a philosophical one. To what extent does Titusville's comprehensive plan, and maybe it's not germane here, maybe this is governed by an RMU or something else, and again, I'm very new at this, very, very new. But to what extent does Titusville's comprehensive plan take Titusville's brand into account? Like, this is kind of the kind of community we want to be, and this is how we want to look, and this is the sort of scale and design that we want to have, and the mix of green and man-made structures. Is that taken into account in the comprehensive plan in any legal sense?
I mean, the comprehensive plan has several goals, objectives, and policies about aesthetics and about building scale. It primarily addresses that through its future land use categories that are described inside the comprehensive plan. And there are additional policies throughout the plan that talk about those various topics.
Okay.
So
They are taken into account on a legal basis, essentially. I know they're hard to quantify sometimes, but
right, the goals, objectives, and policies are not, they're more broad picture, they're policies, they are not regulations, if you will. Although we are not supposed to do anything that's inconsistent with the comprehensive plan.
right. Okay, that's pretty much all I had to ask.
Mr. Childs?
Yeah, about the fire station, did we want that originally? And then I know at some point, I don't think it was related to this project, but I think we did like a study for a fire station if to build someone in the south part of Titusville somewhere. Did we want one originally and then not or something? Is that because yeah.
Yeah, that was something that was discussed in 2015 and 16 during the negotiations of that agreement that was approved in 2017, that the developer would provide to the city a property suitable for a fire station. Subsequent to that, the fire department has analyzed their needs and requirements as far as development in that area and do not feel that a fire station is necessary. That property is necessary, that they do have other means of providing fire services to this property and to other areas in there as part of their planning.
And I definitely think you need more time. We just got this amendment. We did the final or this last version last night, so it's a lot to take in. But I have some other questions, but for the applicant. But I'm done right now.
Okay, Mr. Faison?
Wow, this is a very convoluted set of changes. Very convoluted. So the max number of units that they're asking for right now, 2,404, right? If they were to come back again and ask for more changes, say, to the units, what is the maximum number of units they can have on this property?
I have not done that calculation, but there is a maximum number stated inside the comprehensive plan and in the code for this particular zoning district and this land use category. I don't believe that the 2,404 units that were originally approved in 2017, comes close to that maximum.
Okay.
They are not proposing to adjust that number,
Yet.
that number of units.
Yet.
If they do decide to increase it, that would be would have to evaluate it for concurrency and any potential impacts to adjacent roadways and other infrastructure. So they're not tripping anything as far as their vested rights, as far as the density from 2017. But yeah, they certainly could ask for more at a future amendment.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Garrett?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have several questions for our planning staff and Brad, if I may say Brad. One is the conversation everyone's having about height, and I also may ask the attorney a question regarding this request as a development agreement. It identifies in the staff report this is a legislative action, and that means, as I understand a legislative action, it's the decisions made by the commission and forwarded and recommended and approved by the city council. It's not bodied and embodied in some standard code whereby the height of a building, for example, is in the agreement to be 150 feet. As a legislative act, that can be an absolute height, not a height subject to interpretation later during construction of a building, whereby someone calls upon the building code and the building code gives an architectural flexibility to a height of a building whereby any component of that building may exceed the maximum height. Components could be elevator shafts, be facades, where the intention is somewhat lost in the shuffle. So the question I have, first one is, this is a legislative act, so if this commission or the city council stipulates to a maximum height in a recommendation, you want to be sure you clarify the vagueness of building height and not allow it to be interpreted later. If everyone here sees a 150-foot building, what they don't see is 37 feet of elevator shaft on top of that allows a building to have a facade around it that really loses the war and you won the battle of a height. So this is a legislative act, and you could stipulate in this whatever the agreement comes, that the maximum building height is an absolute. Any component therein is part of that height. Is that correct?
Generally, a development agreement is a legislative process. However, there's a nuance here where we were asking for waivers from the code. So we have decided to kind of treat this as a quasi-judicial process. I think that the commission and the city council could certainly propose a maximum height that's acceptable through this waiver request that they're asking. So right now, they're vested to 100 feet per the 2017 plan. They're asking for it to be expanded in other areas. So you could make a recommendation that is very specific.
And I appreciate that. That's exactly my question, is that we're amending something that's already somewhat ambiguous in that it says it's a maximum height of 100 feet, but in reality, it may be 125 for those appurtenances. And that's something that I've got some degree of experience seeing happen, and that's why, at least in my opinion, if you're going to speak about a height, not to allude to a height as it would be stated, 150 or even 100, that it be an absolute height, and so that the commission here knows that when they say it's 100 feet, it's not 100 plus, because it's 100 feet absolute. The second question I had is, looking at the earlier approved plan, and I note the high-density multiple family being in what's closest to Columbia Boulevard, I believe it is, and the new plan's giving the flexibility to move it around, whether it be 100-foot as the current plan allows, or if part of the stipulation here is to not agree to the 150 and remain at 100, but agree, for example, to the flexibility of moving it. It doesn't seem to kind of fit a human scale if you're talking about allowing these high-density, high structures to be integrated into a neighborhood where you've got just a tremendous height difference. In the original plan, it's all over in one corner, so to speak, wherein this flexibility is allowed, and that being based on something I have a third question on, and that is this bonification. I'm not sure what a bona fide need is based on. It's not even ambiguous, it's just not existent. And I could imagine that bona fide could be any number of things. I need more because, and if you don't have a reasoning, you don't have much of a standard to rely on. So I read in your report, and I really appreciate the analysis was done, very clear. It really becomes somewhat dicey, I think, for staff to try to sit down and say, okay, that's bona fide or it is not bona fide. The market demands is a fine objective. I think in capitalism, that's the way our country works. That's great. But flexibility added to something that's based on the market does seem to leave backwards things that are more traditional in zoning regulations, for example, where you have changes in use. Or conversely, if you were to have the counter proposal be, okay, we'll make sure that we locate these flexibly, provided we can keep it to a human scale where you offset those buildings. And the last question I have, and your report pretty clear on it, the proposal is to utilize a lot of linear walking areas. I understand that they're going to provide amenities, and it's going to be mostly a private neighborhood type of thing where that's going to be driven by the market. I would buy a home if it had nice amenities, I'm sure. So the market's going to drive what the amenities are. But in this case, the principal parts of recreation are to walk on this large highway, the Spine Road. At the same instance, the Spine Road is being offered as a buffer. And I'm not sure how good a buffer a highway is if you live on one side of Columbia Boulevard by Target, and on the other side there was a 150-foot building. I'm not sure you would think that road's much of a buffer. If you were to buffer it by distances and open space or existing wooded areas are remaining, again, it starts to bring back kind of a human scale between straight up and horizontal. So I just don't know that that idea of a linear park along the river, which is a great idea, will practically work out in the long run if, in fact, you're going to have all these people, population. It's a public access area, and they're going to walk behind probably the most expensive real estate in single-family homes on the riverfront. And again, this humble from my experience, that tends to be a sore spot eventually, either because people don't want transient people walking, they don't know who those people are, it's uncomfortable. it turns bad eventually. And then there's examples of it. I could cite them. I don't think that's necessary. I think the generalization is that changed, didn't it, between the plan I'm looking at on page 95 and the plan on page 33, and this implementation of the 3,900-foot linear park, that's along the back of the river, correct?
So the linear, we're talking about the linear boardwalk or the trails?
I'm glad you referred to it as boardwalk. Yes, the connotation of a boardwalk is going to be along the river.
Correct.
Behind the home sites.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. No, they're on page 66. The plan continues to illustrate what was originally approved in 2017, and there's a boardwalk that'll be along that new parcel 5 that will not go behind the single-family homes. No, that shoreline where the single-family homes are, that's platted subdivision, that whole shore is platted and separated and divided. They will not have a boardwalk behind them.
And so the linear park, I'm looking at page 66. I'm having to shrink some things here, so bear with me.
Sure. The walking trails are going into the areas
Behind
the single-family homes.
between the track 3 as it's
Correct.
identified.
Correct. Yeah, that's relatively consistent or similar
Yes.
to what you see on page 95. There's some deviations to it, though.
I
that you
just
could
had read
compare.
where the preservation of access to the riverfront was a priority, and I may have confused that. I apologize.
That is, when I stated that, that was in reference to the public park that used to be called 6B, or it's currently called 6B on the master plan that you see on page 95. When you look at the master plan that's on page 66, or page 67 rather, I'm sorry. The applicant has identified that to be location C.
Yes.
And so when you compare the two, you've actually location C, which is the current parcel 6 in the current plan, has a narrower frontage along the water, and it has dimensions that are a little bit different as well. But it also includes that, a stormwater pond that originally wasn't part of parcel 6B in the 2017 plan, but is now included in this location C on the proposed plan. But that stormwater pond is actually part of the adjacent single-family subdivision. And so in reality, now you've got a smaller area, footprint of public park. Now, the applicant has told us that the acreage has not changed, but I just disagree. I think there's actually the usable area where that public park is now has changed.
Again, I agree, and I don't want to be redundant. I agree with the staff's analysis on the open space and park change out. And when you reduce the access and then you incorporate some type of wet pond, it makes the usability of that area kind of limited. It comes to mind in much of the same kind of design as the Three Lakes County Park.
Chain of lakes.
Chain of Lakes, scrutiny. That's a linear park, and it's got an observation tower you can climb, and you can ride bikes and walk, but your actual visibility to the riverfront is somewhat limited because of the way it's designed. And when you have the ponds available, there's not much active use. There are places that use ponds actively, whether it's the ski facility they have in Orlando and Orange County, and there's active recreation within a body of water. But I'm not sure when you reduce land area and incorporate it as wet ponds, you're really accomplishing what park recreational areas for passive or active recreations are intended to do. And that's where I have to agree with your analysis. The last part of my question is the staff's point on the access onto US 1 that you analyzed and said they changed from not having the multiple access points, and the proposal is to have 4.
Yes, you'll see the spine road is supposed to be like the major artery through this development and provide the access points for all the properties and developments that will happen here. And it's a kind of try to funnel all traffic through a couple of areas through this development, as opposed to each parcel having its own frontage and driveways along this major arterial, which is US 1. So the part of the reason, you know, when I was reading the intent and purpose of the RMU zoning district and the land use categories, it just seems like that this was the intent to try and have better access management. However, so in 2017, you'll see the master plan did that, demonstrated that with one additional driveway, which will go to that one parcel called, let's see, it was parcel 14, which was slated to be regional commercial type zoning, and also it had the RMU 400 subdistrict, so it wasn't really intended to have multifamily in it, but it was most to be for commercial retail type development along there. And it did include a proposal for one additional driveway into it. The proposal you see on page 66 of your packet, the master plan, includes several new driveways along US 1. So it's kind of, seems like the proposal is to allow several parcels along the entire property along US 1 to be reoriented towards US 1 as opposed to be oriented internally as part of this mixed-use development. And then you have the access management issue of several driveways along this major arterial. So we believe that it's not part of the, you know, currently it's an addition, it's more than what was approved into the 2017. So we had some concerns about that.
Thank you. You answered my questions, and the concerns are shared. Thank you.
Mr. Perez.
I was just going to say that back to the complexity issue, I don't know whether I'm dazzled or baffled by so much. And if staff needs more time to be able to do a good job on this, I think it goes without saying that they should have it.
Any other questions to staff? Lori, how many cards do we have?
2 on this item.
Okay, call the first one, please.
Gary Allen Jr.
Mr. Allen. Thank you.
Can you stay? I'm not sure. Okay. Hi, I'm Gary Allen Jr., Sunbelt Land Management, and I was here. The first thing that I brought for you today was just something for you to flip through while I'm talking, and it's a sampling of communities that we've done. Just to give you a little background on our company, we're a third generation land development company. We've been in business for over 50 years. We've completed over 180 projects from mostly in the southeast, from Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Tennessee, Alabama, Florida, Texas. So I guess the purpose of giving the background and kind of that portfolio of sample of projects was so you guys have a concept of that we're in the development business. It's not a new idea for us. We've done developments that are large, significant projects, and that's what we do every day. So the goal of our development agreement amendment is to try to put the best, as was stated, we're not changing the number of units, which is 2404. Our goal is to put the best 2404 on the ground that we can, that the market will allow. And so right now, we have phase 1 of our project, which was 99 single-family lots. That was through the review process and final platted. Phase 2 was approved through the sketch plat process, and it is not yet final platted. So we're only on phase, I guess, 1.5,
of our approvals. This is our fourth development agreement amendment, and each time that we amend it, it takes, considerable time from everybody and as well as the project to have to do so. So in our in trying to put the best 2,400 units on the ground that we can, we feel like that the current development agreement doesn't allow the flexibility needed to do that without having to continuously amend the development agreement. We feel like that there's common sense changes that we have, that we want to apply where, for instance, our development agreement number 2, development agreement amendment number 2, we were wanting to, we had a builder who wanted 50-foot lots. The development agreement called for 65-foot lots. To change it from 65-foot lots to 50-foot lots, we needed to amend the development agreement, and that takes 180 days plus. And our development agreement amendment number 3, we wanted to move we had a traffic issue where the roundabout off of US 1 was located too close to US 1. We needed to move that further interior to the project. There, that wasn't something that the staff disagreed with, or that was in a controversial thing. It was something that needed to be done, and it was pretty plain to see just when the plan was the plan that's currently submitted is a 15 to 20-year-old plan that we didn't do. So I think it's important for everyone to understand that. And so as we're trying to work through it, we're coming up with these issues. And so that's what we're trying to resolve in our amendment 4, is so that we'll have some flexibility to be able to make those types of changes as we progress in a phased approach. There's things that come up that are unforeseen that you can't just draw it on a piece of paper, and when it doesn't work out that way, then you have to come back and amend the development agreement. As I said, that's a lengthy process. The second thing is we're trying to utilize our storm system as an amenity to be incorporated and included in the open space. And so as opposed to, for a stormwater pond to be a stormwater pond, it just needs to be a hole in the ground that collects stormwater. What we're trying to do is something that's a lot different than that. We're trying to incorporate it into a usable space that people can enjoy. So an amenity to the project, not just a pond that's an afterthought that someone put in the corner of the subdivision, more of a focal point for people to, again, use and enjoy. And the last thing that we're trying to accomplish is to make the development agreement consistent with the height overlay district. As was talked about, there is a height overlay district. We were placed into it several years ago, and the development agreement is currently not consistent with the height overlay district in that it says that we have, the height's more restrictive in the development agreement than the height overlay district. So we felt like since we were placed in there that there should be some way that we could, utilize it, that the staff had, kind of put thought into, that when they place the property in there, that there should be a way that we should, we could be able to utilize it. So those are the main things that we're trying to do. I've got another handout for everyone. Sorry, got a lot of paper here.
Would you give the table over there the copies of these?
Am I missing one? So what you see in front of you is the current Did I give one to staff? No. Okay. Yeah. So what, sorry, I think I'm one short. I thought 10 was enough, yeah. And anyway, so this is the currently approved plan that's superimposed over an aerial that's showing these parcels 11A, 11B. And as well as in the bottom right-hand corner, it's showing the current location of the biggest stormwater ponds on the project. So if you flip to the first page is the overview. The second page zooms in on the sections so that you can hopefully make out what is there in greater detail. And the purpose of this exhibit is just to exemplify that, you know, when I look at this, you say, well, why is the shape that way? And so as Brad mentioned, that this was a former scrub jay habitat. That was the reason that it's in this J configuration is that that's where the scrub jay habitat started and stopped. And so we purchased a property in, we purchased 45 acres that we donated to Fish and Wildlife for scrub jay mitigation. And this parcel was originally on-site scrub jay mitigation. I have here. So that, and what's coming around is just a copy of our deed from when we gave the property to Fish and Wildlife in 2020, the 45-acre site. And so when you look at the zoomed in copies here, you can see that where the lakes currently are is what I would call it's the most heavily wooded area of the property. And where the 11A and 11B is very sparsely treed. So, you know, to me, that's an example of somebody at some point 15, 20 years ago drew these ponds in the forest. And we're not sure why that is, but it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to us. And so that's an example of a change that I feel like everyone should be on board with, understand why it makes more sense to put the ponds in the area that has less coverage. So that's the purpose of that exhibit. And so these are just a few images of Tranquility, the project that we're talking about. That's the entrance off of 405 that you see there. There's a. Did you get all the way down? The next is a streetscape of how we see how that's going to be when it's built. The next is a copy of a picture of the roundabout into the single family portion of the property, and the final images of the clubhouse for the single family portion of the property, to try to give everyone who's unfamiliar with a idea of, I guess, what we're planning on doing. And
Go ahead.
I have one more, and then I'll stop handing stuff out. So this is the master plan of the overall community as we conceptualize it. It is conceptual. We place the buildings around the property, and so that you could see our design intent. Page 2 in that packet is our open space and connectivity system that shows what I'm referring to about utilizing the water system as an amenity. So, you can see there's various things that we feel like you can place there so that people will enjoy it and use it, and it's not a ditch with water in it. And a couple of, I guess, items that came up in previous questions. There was a question about the fire station, and I think that there was a 1 acre parcel that we were originally going to give to the fire department. When we were getting our approval for phase 1, we said we would like to deed that to you. They said that they did not want it. So we said, okay, well, how can we meet our obligation? So they said, well, what they really needed was a parcel that was between ours and another subdivision that's Verona, so that they would have adequate response time from to us and to them. And so they really needed something that's in that 405 area between us and them. So we looked for a parcel that was there. One does not exist, that was for sale. We offered for other compensation, as a so that we were fulfilling our obligations, and discussions with staff, the fire department, and the city attorneys, that was rejected as an alternative. So I just want to make sure that it's not that we changed our mind and decided to not do something that we were obligated to do. The boardwalk was something that came up, and the configuration thereof. So that riverfront parcel is narrower at the front, but it's wider at the boardwalk. So the boardwalk in the current agreement is 10 foot. The 10 feet is the extent of the public access along the boardwalk that is the 1,200-foot boardwalk. The amendment is 25 feet so that people can enjoy the boardwalk and not just walk up and down it. Would be places to sit or congregate or whatnot. So that was the idea. As far as access points, we put the access points there as placeholders. That's really going to be dictated by DOT and traffic studies, not us. So we're not trying to, I guess, propose access points. Just so with that, any questions that anyone has? And
Would you pass these down to staff so they have a copy of them?
Mr. Chairman, I have a couple of questions for the representative. Excuse me. The last comment you made about the access points dictated by FDOT, that's true, absolutely, except the development agreement that exists today is stipulated to a limited number of access points. Your proposal is to expand the access points. So in my opinion, what's on the table is a limitation imposed by an agreement. You're amending to have more access points. So the council, when approving the existing development agreement, limited the access point, supersedes DOT's allowance to grant approval to driveways. So I'm a little confused about how you would mention we're just having these driveways according to FDOT. You're having an expansion of driveways.
So yeah, that might be better. We've got our engineer here, and I'm just, I guess, saying what I believe to be, right, is that we don't, we ask for access points from DOT. So.
Right, what I'm saying is you could ask for access points of FDOT wherever they may grant it, except by this development agreement that's in effect, you have limited access points on that road. You're proposing an amendment that would expand the number of access points, correct?
I don't know if it's spoken to in the development agreement. Okay, yeah, Rodney, our engineer, can handle that a lot
Okay,
better.
if he can address it. And I just wanted to also ask, when you referred to the plan you gave out, should have had some overhead so the public could see it, but anyway, that was the plan you said was in existence with the overlay of.
That's,
the
yeah,
woods?
that's the current,
The current plan.
the current plan that's superimposed over the.
So you kind of, you made a comment about that, you know, with the original plan was just going to have a ditch. But when I looked at your plan here, which is rendered in color, if the two are similar, then isn't that kind of a water retention area along the Spine Road in the same geometry that this one is? I don't see a
So,
substantive change on those.
okay.
I mean,
Well, that's
I'm just-
good, right?
You have expanded your retention areas and integrated them on this, as you call it, concept plan, but that's not really part of the agreement. It's the ability to move things around as market dictates, I think is how it was referred to. So my point is, the retention ponds that are approved in the master plan lie along the Spine Road, and the retention ponds that you illustrate lie along the Spine Road.
Lie along which Spine Road are you referring to? Sorry.
I'm just going by what you handed. This was the one you handed out.
Right.
And you said this was the concept of what you see coming.
Right.
And the Spine Road has ponds, blue in color, that follow the
Right.
road. Okay. I just didn't see the substantive difference in the two.
So the difference is really in that parcel 11A. So if you look there on the aerial, on this one, then this is currently we can only put the extent of the development is a walking path through here. And so that's a lot different than what you see in our proposal.
I was talking about the Spine Road, but you've answered my questions. Thank you.
Okay.
So if you were given a choice, that we table it to let you work out with staff all these questions, would you like that, or do you want us to?
I mean, we would like obviously for you all to agree with us. I mean, I think that, this isn't, I can let our engineer speak to some of the code things that Brad brought up, but,
There's a lot of significant changes with this fourth amendment.
right. And we've been working with staff, and there was with the retirement of Peggy and whatnot, but since, December of 2021, on these very things, our development agreement number 3 was originally part of this. And so I guess, we'd like to have an opportunity to answer everybody's questions and not, get tabled.
Mr. Faison.
I have a lot of concerns with your changes.
Okay.
A lot. And I understand that you bought the parcel and these plans were already in place, but you purchased a parcel knowing these plans were in place.
Sure.
And so along with that, you've already asked for changes to be made. One of which I don't like, which is the 50-foot to 60, from 65-foot to 50-foot frontages, because you're not doing the residents who are going to buy that property any favors. Along with that, when you remove the parks and walking areas, you're not doing the future residents any favors. The second thing that I don't like, that really I have consternation with, is the term market rate. So my question to you, when it comes to the term market rate and the current residents of the city of Titusville,
When did I say market rate referring to what?
for the property that you're doing. So you did say market rate, and when you said it, it just struck that chord in me. That you're built so that the bills that you're going to be using will be at market rate. The property that you're building will be at market rate. Now, I'm telling you that you said this because it struck a chord with me, but let me continue on, okay? So looking at the residents here in the city of Titusville, right? If you've done your research, which I'm sure you guys have because you're used to doing this, right? How much of the city of Titusville residents, current residents, can afford to live in what you're building? That's my question to you.
I'm not sure what the answer to your question is.
Okay, so let me tell you, probably close to none. All right, because the reason why that is because the property that you're building far exceeds the annual income of the most of the residents here in the city of Titusville. I think I'd agree to that. I think you could agree to that one. Could you not?
I don't have those figures in front of me,
Okay.
but if you
Well,
say so.
I'll tell you that the average family income in the city of Titusville is well below $100,000 a year. So could someone who makes less than $100,000 a year afford your properties?
No.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm gonna continue moving on, and this is why he asked you, did you want to table this before going on? Because you guys probably should really get with staff before going on, because it's not going to get any better from here. Talking about RMU versus the overlay. Now, so you have a choice between one of the two, right? Either stick to the conditions of the RMU, or you're asking for, can you also allow us this as well, right? So that you can exceed the height of 100 feet. Do I understand that correctly?
I don't think so, but yeah, I mean, I think that the height overlay has its own set of stipulations.
Correct.
Right? And we were placed in the height overlay, and we're still in RMU.
And RMU has its own stipulations.
Right.
Right, so they're two separate, different stipulations.
Right, but you'd abide by both.
Okay, but you're asking for the height overlay and not RMU.
Well, an overlay, Brad can correct me if I'm
Did I
wrong
get this
about
wrong?
this,
Did I
but an
miss- did I
overlay
misunderstand?
it overlays the RMU. It's not a separate zoning designation. And
So you have the separate zoning districts. An overlay typically is designed as something that will encompass an area regardless of what the zoning districts say. And so it may have more stringent criteria there, or it may have more flexible criteria there regardless of what the zoning district is. So it's on top of the area regardless of what zoning regulations are there.
Correct.
That's the gist of an overlay.
Okay, so at the end of the day, so my concern really, right, is going to be, I understand that you guys are developers and you're here to make a business, and so I'm here to support that, believe that or not, right? But in addition to that, my concern is the city of Titusville first and those future residents second. Okay, so this property right now with all these different convoluted changes that you're making, I don't think does either one a benefit. And Mr. Parrish spoke to that if we move forward today with what you're asking for, to just blanketly just agree with all the changes that you're making, that it's not going to be good for both the city nor the future residents. So such as he said, I highly recommend that you get with staff, clean this up, and then come back with a much better product. Because right now what you have is not, I would vote heavily no, flat out.
okay.
Any other questions of Mr. Allen? Do you have anything else?
Nope, that's it.
Next card, Lori.
Rodney Honeycutt.
Good evening. Rodney Honeycutt, 3700 South Washington Avenue. And so I'll start with US 1 access. I think that was an unanswered question. And so we started, as Gary had said, we started this proposed development agreement amendment over a year ago. And at that point in time, we looked at more access points because those access points along US 1 is the more possible area for commercial. And so we did have, I think there's 2 on each side of the main access to Spine Road. We would, since then, in discussions with DOT and more planning, we will probably have 1 on the south side and maybe 1 on the north side between Addison Canal and the main Spine Road. So there won't be that many access points. And we will agree to change that. So going back, staff had several items, I think, on 8 pages. They summarized it, I think, on page 33, which says outstanding issues. And those are the ones that I want to talk about for a minute. And so the first one is you can't exceed 50% on any one use. That's future land use policy 1.2 20.3 comprehensive plan. And so it is, staff is correct that in the 300 and the 400 area with, if it was all multifamily, which it could be, it could exceed it. I'm not sure about that, but it would be close because we already have open space and we have single family that takes up almost half of the site already. However, we cannot exceed the 50%. It'll be evaluated each time we submit a site plan. And in addition to that, we can put a chart on the plans as we submit that summarize it so staff will know where we stand on each one. And it'll be a continuous chart. We're doing the same thing for the open space and recreation now on what's been submitted on single family. As far as the minimum open space and park and recreation, it clearly states in the code in 33-41B3 that the minimum percent of park and open space.
Mr. Honeycutt, how much more time are you requesting?
Well, I'm doing as limited as I can. I would say 5 more minutes.
Is there a motion to approve 5 more minutes for Mr. Honeycutt?
I approve Mr. Honeycutt gets additional 5 minutes.
Motion, is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
5 more minutes.
Thank you. I appreciate it. So we're talking about the amount of open space and parks. If you look at section 33-41B3 in the code, it clearly states that the minimum percentage of parks and open space is 20% of the gross area. And so there's other discussions in the code in 3163G that staff refers to, and they mentioned that it was cumulative to say 15 and 20%, but nowhere in that code does it say it's cumulative. And so we agree to meet what the code says. And so the RMU districts, staff is concerned about the boundary. The boundary on this plan, in my opinion, is as defined as it is on the existing one. There's spine roads that go through that separate it and lines on paper. There's no legal description. All we're concerned about is if the spine road shifts some, that we don't want to have to come back again on the development agreement amendment. We'd be glad to state that the acreages that we have shown on our exhibit now will be the acreages that will be in those RMU zones. And that they would not change without having to go back to amend the development agreement. As far as density, this site is not even close to exceeding density. However, each time we make a submittal of a plan, it'll be evaluated, and we'll add a statement on the master plan that the density will not be exceeded in any parcel also, or any district. And as Gary stated, the current total development units are 2404, and we're not exceeding those. We're still remain the same. You can't change that without coming back and amending the development agreement. The last item on this is the legal description, and it says the current legal description is incorrect, and that's not true. It is confusing a little because when the original development agreement amendment was prepared, there were 2 owners. And so you can actually look in your, on page 87, if you want to go by it. But there were 2 owners. So on page 87, it says parcel A. The confusing part comes in is about 2/3 down that page. It says lessen accept all of the following parcels. So they assumed
that was the end of it. But if you go to page 90, it says and parcel B. And so if you go back and compare the lesson except from parcel A to parcel B, that is, it's included. So what happened is that one owner gave a description for the entire property. They lessed what the other owner had, and then they added it back in. And so that legal description is correct as is. However, if staff has another legal description that they mentioned that covers the area, we're glad to add it to the agreement. One thing that staff said is that the second public park was omitted of the two parks, and it is not. That park is a footnote under parks on Exhibit B1, that it's 1.49 acres, and it's located in the same area that it was before. That's the flexibility we're talking about, is not to have to place a park in a certain area. It will be along that spine road in that same area. You say this is a lot to take in, but what we're trying to avoid is that this one amendment we've been working on over a year. And so each time.
Okay, your time is up. Does any commissioner have a question of Mr. Honeycutt? Would you pass this to the
Chairman,
staff, please?
I'd
Yes.
recommend that you give the applicant as much time as they need to continue their presentation.
Well, he was granted 5 more minutes. And does the commission approve another 5 minutes?
Just one.
3?
He says one.
1. Go ahead with 1.
The last thing I was saying is that it's taken over a year to get so far on this amendment, and we're trying to develop the property. And so if every time you have an amendment, it takes long to deal with it, then the developer that wants to develop an apartment complex on the site, they'll walk away. They'll go to a site that they can develop. And so we can't afford to take this long. We're trying to meet the things that staff says in these outstanding issues. We can put statements on the plan, on the master plan to address it so they'll feel safe. Every time we make a submittal, we can have charts so they can show that, and they don't have to go back and research it, and that we're within the limits. And so that's why we're here tonight.
Any questions of Mr. Honeycutt?
I do.
Mr. Faison?
So let's talk about those entrances onto Columbia. What's the purpose of those 4 additional entrances? You have the one, and you're good, you're gonna develop there. So what's the purpose of those additional 4?
So when we started working on this, we didn't know how many entrances. As I stated a minute ago, we don't need 4. There may be 1 on each side of the spine road. And that's where the commercial area is. And there's some users that come in and they want a separate entrance besides the spine road. It could only be a right in or right out. It couldn't be a full median open or anything. But we would like to preserve the right to have that. Just
Okay.
1 on each side.
So, again, part of my issue, right, again, big issue is, while you guys are in the middle of developing this, there's still changes to be made. So there's gonna be additional change, like, even with this roadway in, there's a possibility there's gonna be more changes to that. With the RMU, if we agree to maximum height changes, then there may be changes to how many units are gonna be in those maximum height units. So there's always changes. And I get that you're trying to get that parcel developed, and I want it developed. I want Titusville to grow. But I want to also consider what you're doing. For example, one of the issues that we've had just at our last planning and zoning meeting are the number of students that are going to be impacted into the school that's closest to it. All right, so this 2,400 parcels, this 2,400 unit is going to bring a lot more of the children as well. And the potential, if we agree with height change, and then let's just say another developer wants more units because this one developer wanted smaller lots to put 13 extra units on it. So let's say we agree to a larger height. Now you're going to put more units in it. Now that school is impacted. The school is also impacted, and you took away the fire department. So I'm looking for, what are you giving the city of Titusville besides more units, squished more people into that small piece of not small, but the potential to cram more people in when there's already an agreement in place.
So, one at a time. Each time we make a submittal, you have to meet school concurrency. Okay, and so we do, or we can't get a site plan approved. And it's on the initial submittal. So that addresses that. We're not asking for more units. We're not asking for more units. The units is 2,404, and we've not changing that request at all. If there's additional height in some, it would be a developer that would like to have larger spaces for some of the units. What was the last thing? I can't remember what your other question was. I'm sorry.
Oh, height.
Yeah, well, again, my concern really is the city of Titusville, that you guys have a very beautiful piece of property that we are all excited to get developed. We really are. But I want to make sure that that property that gets developed, it really does a good justice to the city of Titusville. For example, I think 65-foot frontages is a much better piece of property than a 50-foot frontage. That ship's sailed and gone, right? So we're already seeing that you're cramming more and more in there. And then when I mention height, right? So once the building is bigger, of course you're going to allow more in there because because you're not at capacity yet. So it's easy for you guys to put more units in there. And so anyway, so that's just my concern there. Again, walking spaces and parks for the children, or even for the residents that want to walk around and enjoy that. A lot of that open space that you guys have made water. I get it's beautiful to look at, but how can a resident really enjoy walking around?
Mr. Childs.
I guess the biggest thing I have is the parks thing, and the different interpretations of it, I guess. And you're saying that since it says in there that the park is 20% of open spaces clearly stated in 3341. But what was the other one? What was the other conflicting with it? The 20% and 15%. That's the stormwater, because that's under stormwater ordinance about the 20% and 15%. The what? The Parks and Rec. Okay, but you're saying, I guess I just need clarification on what your thoughts are on that. I guess what your argument is.
So I think you have up there the section in the RMU zoning code that addresses open space and parks. It's 33-41B3. And it says that the minimum percentage of parks and open space is 20% of the gross acreage.
Because it's in Army, okay.
So on this first page.
Okay.
Yes, at the bottom of that page.
Oh, right there. Okay. Okay.
Steph wasn't furnished a copy of this, so you want to take mine?
We'll get the copies after.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Grant is next.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Don't have a question for you, Mr. Honeycutt, but I have one for staff. It just seems like, listen to Mr. Honeycutt here, that it kind of, it tells me that you guys need to sit down and have a little chat. Because there's a lot of things in here which I read where you don't have enough information for. Mr. Honeycutt and the other ones have put on a pretty good presentation here. I was wondering if you had any comments concerning them.
What I've heard is what we've just heard before. I agree. I believe we first started this conversation back in December 2021. We received a formal application in the summer of 2022. Based on the complexity and the fact that the expiration of that agreement was going to be coming up to August of 2022, we recommended that they do a more of an incremental amendment at that time. So they got the third amendment approved based on an original application, which included most of this stuff you see before you. So they took what was necessary right then and there to get the agreement to be extended immediately and to provide some flexibility as far as the location of that parcel 11 and the Spine Road starting in August, and it was approved around that time for that third amendment. The rest of it, we went and continued to have conversations about the rest of the changes that were proposed in the application that was submitted to us in summer of 2022. But every time we met, there were some different changes that were being proposed. So we recommended to them to give us their best shot. Give us a full application, a full agreement with everything strike through. That's what they were requesting for. We received that on November 7th, and it was that exhibit is what that application, that strike through version is what we received. So we proposed and we reviewed it based on what we saw, based on the code and the comprehensive plan, provided a staff report so they can have a chance to see what the staff would potentially say during a hearing. We did not schedule hearings at that time. We said, this is something we have some concerns. We'd like to talk to you about this. And there was an opportunity for them to discuss this with us. The response I received was several questions, which I then tried to provide answers to, which did take time. At some point, the applicant decided to go forward with the hearings. So I think they decided not to have further conversations with us about this or propose new changes to help explain this and address some of our concerns. So that's why we're here tonight before you to see if there's another path forward or another way to deal with some of the concerns that staff has and some of the concerns that the applicant has. Just one more thing, too. I just want to mention on page 25 through 32 of your packet, we knew this was going to be complicated. We made several suggestions to the applicant as to how they can easily demonstrate or closely demonstrate compliance with the code with exhibits. We even suggested things such as definitions of open space, parks, specifics. They provided amenities. We proposed some definitions. We even suggested ways to kind of address in the commercial areas how Parks and Rec would be met. Those were not accepted. We also suggested looking back at Exhibit B7 of the original 2017 plan, which shows how the applicant at that time demonstrated compliance with the minimum 20% open space requirement and 15% park and recreation requirement. That was approved in 2017. So what we're being asked to for tonight is to reevaluate the definitions of open space and park and rec as they were originally approved in 2017 and reevaluate them in a different way. Mr. Honeycutt has referred to section 33-41B3 of the RMU zoning district, and it does say, as he says, open space and park and recreation is 20%. Also, that same section refers you to the open space requirements in Chapter 30 of the code, which then further describes the differences between the two. One allows you to include retention areas, one does not. The exhibit in 2017 that I referred to, B7, illustrated compliance with that section of the code. So it seems like we're picking and choosing which sections are more appropriate we'd like to use. There's another section which I referred to in that matrix, which starts on page 25 through 32 of your packet. That there is another section of the code that says any event that there is determined to be a conflict in the code, the more stringent requirement applies. Now, there's still interpretation or differences of interpretation of even what's in Chapter 30, whether it really means cumulative. Well, I believe it does because that was illustrated and demonstrated in 2017 with that exhibit B7.
And so I disagree with that.
Well,
There was a scrub jay habitat at that time, and so that was used, and that was a larger area, and there's not anymore. And so it's totally different now.
all of the reasons why I think somehow you guys should find a way to sit down and have another conversation and try to iron out these things. Because you're absolutely right. This is a lot to digest. And I think we can it will make it easier on us and the council to make a decision if all your questions will be answered, because a lot of places in here, I found where you said, we cannot make a determination about this, we cannot make a determination about that. That's unanswered questions, and you should have the answers to it. So I suggest that you guys find a way to sit down again and talk about it.
We have a disagreement on those interpretations.
Apparently.
Mr. Grodd.
I'd like to say that I think staff's presentation there in conclusion of what it is you're facing is in sync with what I've read and reviewed. Not that I have any knowledge of the past ones. I'm basing it on the information that was provided for me on my first day on the job. Having said that, I keep going back to a critical element here for consideration. This is an amendment to a development order. Long and the short of it, my humble opinion, that's a contractual relationship. The contract is what it says. I think staff's reported quite accurately what the contract says. Now, a proponent of this is to change parts and portions of the contract. The timing it takes to do that, I understand, but that's really not relevant to the complexity of that contract. That development agreement gets ironed out between a proponent and the proposal and the acceptance, the recommendation, and the approval, and then the contract's in effect. That's where we are today. There's a contract in effect for how the land will be developed. The proposed amendment appears to be confusing to staff who is relied upon to make the decisions of whether you're in compliance with that contract. If they aren't satisfied and confused before you can even get the contract satisfactorily approved, I'm not sure it's going to be a very good contract at the end of the day. So for me, my humble opinion is the time it's taking you to get to this date, now that you want to accelerate it and move forward, that's the option you choose. I'm not sure that option's going to pan out, at least as far as I'm concerned. I think I'm going to stay with staff's recommendation.
Brad, you
I
want to say
just want to point out another reason why we gave you that matrix on page 25 is that if you do want to work with the applicant yourselves to see if you can resolve some of these issues, we've laid it out how you can possibly do that issue by issue. So it's really up to the commission how you want to go forward with this.
I'd like to comment on that. As you are difficult in finding how this all works out of the matrix and the recommendation, to try to negotiate those standards on the dais, to try to negotiate those with presentations, quite frankly, I don't think are relevant. The documents you handed out show a really nice view of detached buildings and idyllic settings and what appears to be a low-intensity development, all the application you gave us, there isn't any example of the concerns in front of the commission. High-intensity residential development, flexibility, the incompatibility with that, none of that's addressed with the pictures of the projects you gave us, at least not to my satisfaction. And to try to negotiate that from the dais is just not very satisfying. To go back and create answers to the questions you've been presented, for example, being able to quickly evaluate your changes as an overlay instead of having to look at this page and that page and scroll forward from page 66 to 95 to try to see those two pages in your mind's eye. It's very difficult. Your presentation should be to satisfy the questions of all this commission, myself included. So
next one I have is member facing.
Whenever we get finished, I'm ready to make a motion.
No, we're not there yet. Member Aton.
So I realized this was complicated, so I spent a lot of time digging into it, and it is a bit of a mess. There's a lot of conflict in the original agreement. This goes back to 2007, I think, and then there's the 2017 amendments, and then the requested amendments here. So, I looked, and the staff's chart was very helpful. I counted while we're sitting here roughly 25, I think, or so line items in the chart. And then at the end of the, from a staff recommendation standpoint, basically the recommendations are you know, there is a way for us to move forward, but there's 5 items that are kind of the big overriding items that need to be resolved. So, you know, I guess in respect of the applicant, probably giving them some direction as to what they need to come back with. It seems like if they do want to move forward with all the amendments, we've got to decide, do we want to get them all in one shot and have this massive thing that we've got before us? Or do we eat an elephant a bite at a time? I don't know the right answer. I certainly understand, you know, the amount of time that it takes staff and the applicant to go through the process to do the bite-sized stuff, but then also the complexity that we're dealt with here as it relates to trying to digest the whole elephant on one sitting.
Okay. Any other questions? Yes.
We had an additional card turned in,
Okay.
just so you know.
Are you through, Mr. Honeycutt?
Yes.
Okay. Card?
Tom Kersop?
Hello, thank you for your time tonight. My name is Tom Kersop. I live here in Titusville. I'm actually the manager for the Tranquility Development. I was one responsible to help the first 99 new owners that have purchased in Phase 1. Excuse me. I'm in my 25th year working for the Allen family and Sunbelt in developing communities throughout the Southeast, in North Carolina, South Carolina, Virginia, Tennessee. I've been to most all of them that they've done, which has been approximately 175 plus communities throughout the Southeast. Every one of them are beautiful, and I can assure you, you're very fortunate to have the Allen family here in Titusville to build the spectacular neighborhood that they're doing. And I know that you haven't seen a lot of the places that they have done throughout the Southeast, although there is 2 in Palm Coast. There's 1 in Auburndale, Florida, which are close, and I would invite you, and I would be happy to make arrangements to get you in to see any of those, to give you an idea of the quality and style of neighborhood that they build, because this will be the premier community in Titusville. We have a lot of people, and in answer to the question you had about how many people can afford to live in Titusville to buy in our neighborhood, I would say over 50% of the purchasers who purchased our first 100 lots were residents of Titusville. And a lot of the other ones are people that are moving to Titusville because they're working for SpaceX or Blue Origins or NASA or McDonnell Douglas or Lockheed Martin, some of those, and they're looking for places. They want a nice place to live in a nice community, and a lot of them are moving from California or Seattle or areas where SpaceX or Blue Origins are headquartered, and they're looking for nice places. And unfortunately, what they're doing is they're driving right up the causeway, heading straight over to Vieira, or they're heading over to Lake Nona, because they don't have the kind of facilities here in Titusville that they're looking for. And it's I'm sorry to say it, but that's just the reality. And so we're trying to put a very, very nice, or the Allen family, a very, very nice community on the ground. They will build condominiums in there. And it's from day one, what we've explained to every owner is that their single family is in front along the river. And then there'll be a second row, which we've already sold. Those are contracted and sold already. And we're just building the roads now, and people are getting ready to build houses as soon as possible. Then we have a third and a fourth row, which Brad and his staff have been working on the plans to get that finalized and approved. So, and we have people waiting in line to buy those properties as soon as they come available. Then there will be that open space between the single family and the multifamily, which those condominiums that he's going to build, and again, I've worked for Mr. Allen for 25 years, those will be the nicest things in Titusville.
Okay. Does any commissioner have any questions? Okay.
I'm not a commissioner, but I just wonder, you said we can make arrangements to get you in to see these places.
If you want, I can get you into Palm Coast Plantation, or you can get into Marina del Palma or Water Ridge in Auburndale within an hour to an hour and a half. There's 3 different communities that he's developed that you could go see, and they're all spectacular.
And so they're all gated?
All of them.
Okay. But the public can access the walkway up to the point where the gate is for the boardwalk.
Are you talking about this community or
Yes,
one
this
in,
one,
in,
yes.
in Titusville?
In
or-
Titusville, yes.
Well, this one, I don't have one of the maps here, but here's one of our brochures. But where you go and you come into the neighborhood on that spine road, then you come up and then
Yes.
there's a roundabout, then the gates will be right there. And then the other one, you come in here and you get all the way up to here, and then the gates will be there.
Okay, so there is public access to a point, and then the
All
gates.
this is open to the public, yes.
Oh, great.
And all those walking trails that he's gonna see, I've seen the plans for them, you have them, they're gonna be beautiful, and those are all open to the public.
Okay, and what will the, you mentioned multifamily, what will the lowest price units be in this development?
Well, there's gonna be apartments in there. So, what, $1,800 a month, I would guess, $1,500 a month? So affordable to, not everybody, but unfortunately, we're not building low-income housing. This is an upscale neighborhood. It's a property that's on the Indian River. It's high-dollar property.
Okay.
Unfortunately, we can't give it away.
Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Cole Oliver.
Good evening, Cole Oliver with the applicant. I'll try to get to it quick because my computer battery is dying. And first, I want to thank Brad and the staff for the cooperation that maybe you don't see tonight, that there's been a lot of back and forth and a lot of give and take, and we've been working with staff, and I think we'll get there. Mr. Aiton, your comments that there were 25 issues that were laid out in that grid, sure. And then that was distilled down to 5 issues that staff had concern with. And, I think hearing what Mr. Honeycutt said is the legal description was one of them. We think it's the correct legal description. There was conversation back and forth during the previous amendments to that where it was acceptable to staff at one point or not, but that's not a hill to die for us on. If there's a different legal description that works for staff, we're happy to use that, not a problem. The other was the limiting the uses to 50%. And that's not a hill to die on for us either. I think, we're happy to do that, or, well, maybe not happy, but certainly willing to work with that through staff. And we can put an annotation on the chart that says that no single use shall be more than 50%. The open space and park and recreation requirements, look, Brad and I talk a lot, we try, but we just have a disagreement there. And I think that's one of those ones where the code has some ambiguity, and either, you gentlemen as the Reclamation body or the council are going to have to make the call on that. We're working with them to try to get there. We're just not quite there yet. The RMU zoning sub-districts and the movement on that, I think that the issue there is that the developer is asking for some flexibility to move that road as conditions come up in their planning process. For example, the one where they had to move most recently was an FDOT-related issue, if I believe, is that the setback of that roundabout didn't meet FDOT's requirements. And so in order to meet FDOT's requirements, we had to come back in and do a development plan amendment. And there's no intent to do more or less at the 300 and 400 at this stage. If that road has to move, the developer will commit to the same acreage as being the 300 and 400. So, and we're happy to notate that on the plan for the staff. And let's see, the density, again, no one's touching the density. That is staying at the 2,400 units for the overall project. Previously, I think it was amendment number 2. This same issue came up before this board and the council with the issue of the 65-foot lot and the 50-foot lots. And the issue of the density came up, and this body, maybe not the same exact body, but this body and the council voted to allow the density to move. And the commentary at the time was, we don't care as long as the overall density stays the same.
Do you need additional time?
Just maybe 1 to 2 more minutes at most, please.
Okay.
And to, address the concerns on the DOT access issues. As I see the existing plan, I believe there are 4 cuts onto US 1 already. One being north of where the fire station was proposed, one being south where there's an existing one proposed. So those 2 are staying the same, and then the Addison Creek one. So unless I'm missing something, I think the new proposed plan is showing 4 access points the old plan was showing 4 access points onto US 1 already, so I don't think there's any intent to change that. But again, I think the developer is willing to commit to that. And, so we would ask for a recommendation for approval with those conditions as laid out where we're meeting those. But, thank you for your time and attention, and thank you to the staff.
Any questions? Okay, thank you. Yes.
Mine's actually for staff, but, so, we had a lot of discussion about the height amendment or the overlay.
Well,
but
let me close the public hearing.
Okay.
And then I'll recognize you. Go ahead.
But it wasn't one of the 5 big points in the listed as an outstanding issue on that. Is it a big deal or a little deal?
Let me go to the chart. So on page 25 of your packet, I've identified, this is primarily, I stated here, council must accept or reject the bona fide need in the proposed enhancement. So again, bona fide need is not specifically identified or defined in the code, neither is enhancement. So it's really a judgment call of the P&Z and the council. So as far as staff's point of view, we're just pointing out the changes here. Let me just point out too that this whole matrix that we put in here is not a list of issues, it's a list of changes. We're just trying to identify what those changes are and whether there is a concern and what the recommendation would be. So in this particular item, height, if the council and the commission needed to decide whether the request, which is going to be, we determined to be a waiver request because they're expanding the area where this height, these 100 feet tall buildings can be, is justified based on their statements of bona fide need and the proposed enhancement. I did want to state, I did put in a recommendation there in that row there also that the reference to the city's height overlay should be revised to specifically describe what would qualify, just so that there's no ambiguity as to whether the agreement is just outright allowing all structures to go up to 150 feet. We may understand that now, but future staff may not. And so we're just recommending some maybe tweaks to the language there.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm looking at page 95 of the package it's referred to, which is the original plan. And in response to the statement about the 4 driveways, in the short understanding I have, the fire station was part of the exaction for development of the agreement. The fire station is going to have obviously traffic movement in and out of a fire station. I don't think that can be compared to, and certainly Mr. Honeycutt can address that if he would like to, if you permit. But for a commercial development to have a driveway, right turn and right turn out, that's a point of conflict. And that road out there, for my knowledge, is a high-speed road. It's posted, I think, at 50 miles an hour or 55. And those being approved by DOT is not going to change what multiple driveways do. And so to compare it to the original plan where 2 driveways were for a fire station and 4 driveways are going to serve commercial development, I don't think it's an accurate examination. And a question for staff. The DOT's decision that your roundabout was too close in proximity to the intersection with US 1 does appear that way, just from a layperson's, I'm not an engineer. But moving that from the development agreement that's in effect, there's some, as I think was discussed, some degree of administrative oversight that staff works with the developer in compliance with the development agreement that's in effect today, that whereby if that road moved by order of the DOT, that adjustment can be made without violating the accords within the development agreement, as long as all the other attributes, acreage, development parcels remain constant. So where we're gathering all the birds in one basket, multiple driveways in comparison to multiple driveways, albeit but to a fire station site, and moving a spine road because of DOT direction, but in doing so capturing a lot more flexibility than originally illustrated, is a lot to digest for staff. I think that's the summary I get. And to do that by discussion on the dais is very difficult for everybody, I'm sure. So I just wanted to put forth the 2 points that I just don't agree with your comment about 4 driveways and as the change went.
Any other comments?
I have a question.
Yes.
Mr. Parrish, how long have you been working here at Titusville for the city? And doing what you're doing right now?
For the city?
Yeah.
Since 2014.
Okay. And in that time, how many times have you created a grid of this size to sort of explain or try to clarify the number of requests being made at one time for changes? Is that a rarity, or is that a common sort of thing? Or maybe this is smaller than normal?
Depends on the complexity of the request. I know we did something similar to this back in 2016 when the original 2017 adopted master plan was approved. We proposed something similar at that time because it was a big amendment, a big agreement at that time.
This is a big development, I suppose,
Yeah.
as they go in Titusville. But okay, I just was curious to know whether this was this many moving pieces, whether that was common or whether it was rare.
Is anyone care to make a motion? Any further discussion? Mr. Faison,
Is it time to make a motion now?
whatever you want to do.
Alrighty. Well, I move that we deny all changes and push this back to staff to work with the applicant to come up with a plan that doesn't have all these stuff that we have to decide here on tonight. So I move that we do not adopt the amendment to the development agreement
Instead of tabling.
instead of tabling it.
Okay. Is there a second?
Wait a second.
Seconded by Mr. Prez. Any discussion?
Yeah. So my biggest issue is that I think that right now the applicant's desire is just to push it up to city council. And I think that's disingenuous to both us, planning and zoning, and to the staff that's put so much work into this. And that's why I choose to just simply outright deny it on that basis.
Okay. Any other discussion? Go ahead.
Mine's more, I guess, for council. Is denial versus tabling appropriate if the ultimate goal is for them to bring back a more concise and more work with staff?
You know, your motion could be maybe not deny, maybe not accept until, the applicant has worked with staff. That's something, you're giving direction. Your task is to give direct or recommendation to city council for them to make a final decision. So tabling doesn't really help them, but giving them direction as to what your concerns are and maybe some action. If you want to continue with the motion that you have on the table right now to outright deny what is proposed, that's one action, but you could also say things in the nature of recommend that this not be accepted at this time, that the applicant work with staff to work out the issues, things of that nature.
Do you withdraw the motion?
I'll modify the motion.
Okay.
I'll modify the motion to reflect that I move that the applicant works with staff to get a better. What'd you say again, Brad?
I mean, you need to say whether you accept this application, this proposal, or to deny it. I mean, something needs to be said about whether this is something you accept or not in some form. But then if you want to include an additional direction to the applicant or to the staff to continue working with each other, that's something you could add as well. That's just a suggestion, but you can continue with the first motion too.
I appreciate that. I wrote notes this time.
You want to restate the motion, or?
I'm going to restate it.
Okay.
All right, guys, give me a chance. This is a mouthful. All right, so I move that we do not accept tonight's change agreement. I move that the applicant continues to work with staff for a better proposal.
Does a second remain?
Second
Okay.
remains.
Mr. Grodd.
I have a question. On the motion, the applicant initially presented as your outline, and then I think on the statement on the record that they made the decision to move forward. Given the discussion before the commission at this time and now this alternative recommendation, does the applicant want to address what you may be willing to do in furtherance of your goal which would mean to, as they said, table this to a date specific perhaps, but then allow you to present your best changes in response to staff's question in a matter that comes back to this commission at a later date.
We've got a motion on the floor. Do you want to ask the applicant to clarify? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. Is there any other discussion of the motion? Yes.
So it would just be, and the motion is to not accept it and then have them work with staff, but they've already been trying to work with staff. And I know they've come to an impasse on the park, and retention area, percentages. And I guess, I guess I kind of, want to give some more solid direction because I don't know, like they've already been working together and I know they want to go to city council probably to at least get that question answered. And we haven't really, made a decision on some of those major points either, but, and it'd probably take, a while, but, I guess, I guess I don't know exactly what I want to suggest, but, I don't know if that's really, I mean, maybe some we agree with these points that the city's made and, but maybe, city council would want to, discuss the whole park and I mean, that's my biggest one. The other things I'm not as much of an expert on, but, to discuss those, that thing, that specific issue or, because I think that's one of their major sticking points that they really don't agree on. And I don't know that they're going to automatically come to an agreement on that one, but I don't know. Anyway.
Mr. Richardson?
Yeah.
I think I understand what Mr. Charles is saying is that maybe your recommendation, if you do go forward with what's presented or on the table, that maybe it could be clarified, giving council specific direction as to the concerns that you have, or maybe recommendations on how things could be improved. I think that's what you're saying, Mr. Charles. Tell me if I'm incorrect.
That's basically it. Yeah. What do we think that city council really needs to discuss? Because I think they've already discussed it between themselves and they want to move forward. So, let's let them move forward. But what are our, do we agree with, the points like I'm saying is I think that that's a point of contention is the whole park, and the percentages of that. And I think that city council probably needs to make a decision on what they think, they're the ones that write the laws. So what do they think that, that those ordinance mean? And that's at least my recommendation.
Well, as I understand it,
Wait. Okay, Mr. Faison.
I apologize. So again, staff, as I understand it, there's a motion that we have to at least vote on that. In addition to that motion, we have to also we should give city council why we made our recommendations. So could that be separate? So for example, I will say why I denied or why I make the motion that I do.
I'm not making suggestions or telling you what you should do. I'm just I think I understand what Mr. Child is saying. Okay. I think I'm just, for my edification, understand what he's saying. It sounds like what he's suggesting is that you probably give council specific list of concerns or recommendations of what they should consider as most important.
Like those outlined in the staff memo.
Yes, I guess, yeah. At least, those top 5, I guess, or whatever issues, and at least say these are the ones we really want you. We think that we should focus on because that's what staff said. Yeah.
Did you clarify your motion to include that statement?
I think I would like to add that once we give a reason for my.
Okay. Any other discussion? Roll. Would you restate the motion?
Please.
Alrighty, so I move that we do not accept tonight's change. And instead, I would like to move that we recommend to City Council that the applicant continues to work with staff to produce a document that is ready for us to vote on. Right now, there's a lot of changes being up in the air, definitions for open space, that sort of nature. So we need to I recommend again that we do not accept tonight's amendment and that we recommend to City Council that the applicant continues to work with staff to answer these questions.
Have you got that, Lori?
You agree?
Yes, I do. I mean, they use the term outstanding issues that I think brings attention to the issues we're referring to
Okay.
on page 33.
Any other discussion? Roll call, please.
Member Garrard,
I'll favor the motion.
Yes.
Vice Chairman Richardson,
Yes.
Member Perez,
Yes.
Member Childs,
Yes.
Member Aton,
Yes.
Secretary Grant,
Yes.
Member Faison.
Yes.
Okay, and this item is to be heard next week at the city council meeting? But you want to restate the objections one more time because I see Chelsea looking at me.
All right, so once again, so we recommend to City Council that they review the outstanding issues and that the applicant work with staff to find solutions to those outstanding issues.
Okay. Is that clear enough? Okay.
Clear.
Okay, this item is to be heard next week at city council. Okay, next item, do we want to take a 10-minute break, or I hate to do this to the other people that are here, but we'll take a 10-minute break. Oh. Item 9B.
So this next item before you is an ordinance. This is entitled Single Family Dwellings in the Open Space and Recreation OR Zoning District and the Wetland and Conservation Area Overlay Ordinance. On January 10th of this year, the City Council directed the staff to prepare an ordinance amending the conditional use requirement for single-family homes in the Open Space and Recreation Zoning District and the Wetland and Conservation Area Overlay. The ordinance proposes keeping the requirement for conditional use permit if a single-family dwelling is to be located inside a wetland and not require a conditional use permit if the home is to be located outside a wetland in the OR zoning district. The ordinance meets the City Council's direction. No changes are proposed to setbacks in the OR zoning district. Staff, I do want to explain the purpose of this, why this ordinance is coming about. There was a mediation the city had to go through related to a property on at the end, one of the entrances to the Wendover development off of Columbia. And the mediation, during the mediation, we recommended, or it was agreed to, that we would propose to City Council this ordinance, an ordinance of this type. In other words, remove the requirement for conditional use permit for a single-family home in the OR zoning district, and to address any other sections of the code that might be relevant to it. There were other recommendations that came out of that mediation, but tonight we're just specifically talking about this particular ordinance. So your recommendation to City Council is basically whether you believe this is an appropriate ordinance or not. The staff has some concerns already with what was drafted here, which I'll describe in a moment. A conditional use permit for a single-family home, we believe, is unnecessary, and that's what we presented to City Council. At the meeting on January 10th, City Council accepted a recommendation to split the requirement for a conditional use permit for a single-family home. So currently, the code says that in the OR zoning district, regardless if the property is got upland or wetland in it, if it's zoned OR and you propose to put a single-family home in it, the density is 1 unit per 5 acres. You have to have a lot right off the back. It's 5 acres. And then if wherever that house is going to go, whether it's in a wetland or in the upland area, you have to go through the conditional use permit. The last time we've ever processed a conditional use permit, I think it was in 2007. What staff proposed as a result of that mediation to City Council was to remove that requirement of a conditional use permit. The council decided to ask staff, or directed staff, to come up with an ordinance that splits it requirement. So in the same OR zoning district, if the house is proposed to be in the upland area, it would not require a conditional use permit. But in the same zoning district, if the house is proposed to be in the wetland, it would require a conditional use permit. Staff still has some concerns, and I'll just outline them what they are. The Florida Department of Environmental Protection regulates the environmental review, any mitigation, and permitting of single-family residences in, on, over wetlands, or other surface waters. So we believe that the requirement for a conditional use permit and a review and all the criteria that's involved with that is unnecessary and redundant, since impacts to wetlands are already addressed through state requirements with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. Another reason is that the CUP review criteria is more applicable to large-scale uses that could have a nuisance impact on the surrounding neighborhood and city resources. Typical uses that would qualify or be more appropriate for a conditional use permit are gas stations next to neighborhoods, some uses that are assembly type, large gathering areas or buildings that have stadiums or theaters that may be next to neighborhoods or in certain areas that might have some kind of, such as a church or a religious use, or even a daycare or a school. Those things could have a negative impact on the surrounding neighborhood, and so that is typically are appropriate for conditional use permits. A single-family home doesn't typically qualify for that. The most recent conditional use permit adopted by the city for a single-family home residence in the OR zoning district included conditions already required by the city or state regulations, and that was that permit that I referenced that was approved in 2007. So with that, those were our concerns, but I'm just going to propose to you what the ordinance says, and this is what based on what City Council requested. It starts on page 168 of your packet. On the next page, we've included the entire zoning use matrix that the city has. It includes all the uses that are permitted, whether they're permitted by right or permitted with some limitations, or they require a conditional use permit or public hearing. And then you can see them where they're permitted or limited or CUP is required, depending on the zoning district. So the change that is happening with this ordinance, if approved, is you'll see where it says single family on page 169 of your packet, where it says single family dwelling units and where they're permitted under certain zoning districts. We've changed where it says C for conditional use permit in the OR zoning district, the OR being that second column after the use. We've added the letter L, which indicates it is a permitted use with some limitations. And the limitation here is just the density. So when we go further down, onto page 177 of your packet, in the zoning code, you'll see this particular use, single-family dwellings, and any particular limitations or conditions that be required and allow that use in any particular zoning district. The same table here, where it says OR zoning district, a single-family home is currently required to go through C, conditional use permit. We've added the letter L. So then you look further down below that table and you'll see in the standards for permitted uses with limitations, it states, this is the new language, in the open space and recreation OR zoning district, single-family dwellings may be permitted at a density of 1 dwelling unit per 5 acres. That is the limitation, and that's why it has the letter L in the OR zoning district. Further down, under paragraph D, it states currently, in the open space and recreation OR zoning district, single-family dwellings, and this is the new language, in wetlands may be approved through the conditional use permit process at a density of 1 dwelling unit per 5 acres. On page 176, this is the OR zoning district development standards. There is a notation on the next page, on page 179 of that zoning district, and it says single-family homes, and this is new language, in wetlands must obtain a conditional use permit prior to construction as required in section 28-80, single-family dwellings detached. And that's referring to the previous page I just read to you. Further down on that same page, page 179, in the city's wetland and conservation area overlay, it lists the specific uses that are required to go through a conditional use permit. And they include utilities and service easements, roads and bridges, accessory structures not exceeding 500 square feet, and then single-family detached residential structures. That right there required every single-family home in this zoning district in the OR, because in the same overlay, it says the zoning districts that are allowed within this overlay, and that's OR. So it's just another area where it stated this requirement. We've clarified here, in wetlands as required per chapter 28 of the zoning. And so then you go back, this refers you back to that previous page that is read to you to find out when a conditional use permit is required and when it's not. With that, I'll try and answer any questions you have about this ordinance.
Mr. Aton.
So I'm trying to interpret your comment. So staff would actually prefer that it eliminate the CUP altogether for a single family home with the limitation of within 5 acres because the other environmental agency governs whether it's in wetlands or not, or am I misinterpreting that?
You're correct.
So, I mean, just from a commentary standpoint, staff's overworked already, so if we can eliminate a CUP process that's kind of redundant with something somebody else is doing, I'm all for accepting staff's version versus.
Let me just clarify, the state doesn't require a hearing. So what this is that right now in the city of Titusville, they still, I mean, if you're going to impact a wetland with a single family home, you still have to go to the state regardless if you need go through a hearing or not. The difference is in the city of Titusville, in this particular zoning district, it requires you to go through a hearing. The argument that staff has, or the concern it has, is that in the last time this happened, it required conditions on there of requirements that were already going to be required. So I'm not sure what we accomplished with that hearing, and so that's why we presented that recommendation to City Council. Now, they told us to draft an ordinance this way, so we just want to iterate what our concerns were when we initially brought this to them.
So, Member Faison.
You mentioned that this is in reference to a property along Columbia?
Yes, it started with a proposal to change the land use and zoning on a piece of property from the OR zone, well, generally from the OR zoning to a residential single-family zoning district. It was rejected by City Council. The land use was rejected by City Council, the comprehensive plan amendment. The applicant went through a mediation process, which is allowed by statute. We worked, our legal staff and myself worked with the mediator and their legal representative, and we came to a list of recommendations that we could present to City Council to see if they would accept. So that has been presented to City Council. They've accepted it. One of the recommendations was to come before them with a suggestion to remove the public hearing requirement for a single-family home in the zoning district.
Member Faison, you don't remember that night we had 91 people in here?
Oh, I remember. I'll just address the applicant when they get up.
Okay.
That was just for staff, just so I remember who.
There isn't an applicant, but there are members. Yeah, this is a city-initiated ordinance.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, this was that 10 acre, 13 acres divided by 2, 5, and yeah, I remember.
Mr. Garrett.
If I may, Brad, I have a question, so I'm unfamiliar with the origins of this OR district. Some places call those conservation areas by zoning designations. Some call them wetlands by zoning designations. Places I'm familiar with would incorporate a zoning map that would identify those those submarginal land areas to develop in a gross manner, and it sometimes affects private property owners. Regardless of the permitting standards for the state, it created an obstacle for the property owner at a local level. Conditional uses are submitted for review because of special specific conditions that can be evaluated. Perhaps lacking any environmental regulatory knowledge at a local government level, experience would say you would do a conditional use so you could have an applicant exhibit the process they're going through to the state to make the local government comfortable that they've secured the correct permit to otherwise develop, mitigate, or any combination thereof of their land given to that zoning district. So this came about, as you said, by mediation, somewhere related to trying to allow somebody to develop their land. The proposal now is to create a large lot area that gives a lot of flexibility within that 5 acre area to move something around so you're not in a wetland, but you may be in an upland area that was misjudged on a zoning map that otherwise said this is an OR area. Is that so far kind of like where this came from?
That wasn't a question, sir.
Well, did this come from a restriction on a property given an overlay zoning designation that could have been developed through state agencies?
No. The zoning, this originated with we have several properties. Let me back up. The city's comprehensive plan, or this identifies areas that we had to identify areas that were considered potential wetlands based on a national wetland inventory that was developed in the 1980s. So our conservation land use category is primarily based on that, but the code and the comprehensive plan does allow someone to rectify the boundaries of that conservation land use through an amendment process if they can ground truth where those wetlands are. That was attempted by the applicant. The underlying zoning on that property was OR, open space and recreation. So that zoning district identifies specifically what type of uses and what process you'd have to go through to get developed. So the attempt to try and change that land use and according to that wetlands boundary that was presented to us was denied by city council. So therefore the land use and the zoning on the property on the upland portions remain. So that's basically what happened. And that's what started this.
That was my suspicion, my purpose, my question. And then under your presentation, the latitude to let a large lot that assumes you have a development area that may have been mismapped by the National Wetland Inventory, that through staff analysis, not a conditional use, you could exhibit. I've gone to the state agencies, I've got my permitting procedures, my environmentalist is ground truth that I have 1 acre of uplands. Your map otherwise says it's not, but it is, and here's my evidence. Staff's got the capacity to evaluate that and say, based on this, we can allow you to develop 1 house on the 5 acres in that portion. You've exhibited the correct documents to provide for it, and that conditional use process is just going to turn it into a more cumbersome process that ends up at the same point.
I think when I look at the conditional use criteria, it's more about nuisances, trying to mitigating nuisances. And so I guess if, the commission and the council believe that a single family home potentially going into a wetland in this particular zoning district is a nuisance that could impact the surrounding areas, that would be appropriate use of CUP then.
But otherwise, it may not be a good use of a CUP when that's not the case.
Correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions of the staff? I'll open the public hearing. Cards, please.
Connie Milton.
That's where I recognize you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Connie Milton.
One of the 91. That sounds like a movie.
Wendover Farms. And I may need a little more than the 3 minutes just because I want to give you a little background before I get into the details. This is the map of what was being requested back in April. Y'all might recall, some of y'all were on P&Z at the time. Went to city council. We were at 4:30 in the morning, the final city council. Y'all denied it except for Mr. Rice, I think at the time was on this board, but everybody, all of y'all denied it. City council unanimously denied it. But there was some other reasons why. They were requesting R1B. But anyway, I wanted to show you this. This is Bird Lake Marsh. 7 acres of that 10 acres is on this property, okay? The rest of it, 800 acres of Bird Lake Marsh, is right adjacent to that 7 acres. So that 7 acres is part of that wetlands, and it's all in the middle of Wendover Farms. This is the uplands portion of that property. That is uplands. It's not wetlands. They had a very good environmental assessment done. We believe that was, above board, really well done. But there is uplands. The applicant had proposed to put 2 single-family homes on this 10 acres, 7 acres plus 3, a little over 3 acres. So there's 10 acres to put the 2 homes on the OR property, 1 home per 5 acres, which is what OR zoning allows you to do. There's about 7 pages in your package that Brad had said he put the whole table in there. I consolidated it all down to the pertinent information here because most of those rows are blank where OR is. So this table, it's an exhibit that we had presented back with Wendover Farms for this, but I'm going to use it here. So I took all the rows at blank under the OR to consolidate it so you can see here. This single-family dwelling, that's where the C is, requires a CUP today. Actually, what the city council had recommended for staff to do was to take that row and split it into 2 rows. Put one of them as single-family dwellings in wetlands. The second row was single-family dwellings outside of the wetlands. So you put a C on the one with the wetlands, you put an L on the one that's outside of the wetlands, in other words, the uplands. That way, you don't have to do a CUP if it's in the uplands. The purpose of the CUP, in our mind, is the public now has an opportunity to weigh in on a single-family dwelling under OR zoned property if it's going to be placed in the wetlands. That's important to the community. That's important to Wendover Farms because we are surrounded by wetlands. We have wetlands all over the place out there. So a 10-acre parcel, we would like to see the public hearing process for a CUP if the home is going to be in the wetlands. These owners have said multiple times, I'm sorry, these,
Do you need an extra minute?
yes, please.
Or want grant or an extra minute? Okay, go ahead.
These owners have multiple times stated they don't want to touch the wetlands. They only want to put the home on the upland, the two houses on the upland portion. And you can see that from this map. One of them's proposed to be here, one of them's proposed to be up here. We would love to see that happen. We all said we needed a three-way agreement. The city, a win-win-win. Wendover Farms, the city of Titusville, where y'all now are coming in, and the owner. If we can get this proposal approved the way it is, we have a win-win-win. But, you know, this concern, oh, you don't need a CUP if it's wetlands. You do need a CUP if it's wetlands. I think, and then Brad did mention, these are the conditions that were in that old CUP, and they are existing, required within the city. And I think that's about all I have to say.
As I recall, the applicant didn't want to take out some trees. That's all they had to do. But they...
Yeah, they never had a tree survey that we ever saw, and that was a concern they had brought up, but, you know, we don't know. Yeah. They did produce during one of the final city council meeting, I think, they produced a hand-drawn location of where they were going to place homes, which was where I kind of pointed out to you on this map. And it was a good, you know, it was good. And we've talked to them a few times. I think they're...
Mr. Chairman, I just want to be clear, what you just described and what Brad mentioned opening this, so the proposal that's coming before us is to allow development on a 5-acre parcel that would have the OR designation. If it's illustrated to be in an upland area, it wouldn't do a conditional use. Alternatively, if you're in a wetland and that's your property you own, you have an expectation you may develop it, but you have to do through conditional use through the local government, regardless of whether the state would or would not permit. Your risk is you get an approval at a local level and you get a denial at the state level, so it would be advantageous to come prepared to say that you have all the permitting. And I guess that invokes that scenario in the question, when would you see a conditional use approving development in a wetland? If you go through the process and you're in 91 people in a meeting room at 4:30 in the morning, how would you present something that would show evidence satisfactory for a person that goes down the primrose path to request an approval who ultimately couldn't get an approval because you're not going to want something in a wetland? Notwithstanding state agencies, mitigation banks, and all those other matters having been explored, that's the concern I have, is that the conditional use is going to be a road that dead ends for a process that if you go get your state agency permitting, you wouldn't otherwise be able to develop it. Mitigation-wise, earlier tonight we heard about mitigating the wildlife area, and that puzzles me, what benefit the conditional use process would do.
Well, again.
Agreed.
Well,
Okay.
again, this is the conditions of approval for that CUP on this particular property back in 2007.
I'd like to think I can read that.
It was
that far. I'm
11.
just not familiar
Well,
with it.
it was 11-2007 was the CUP. The number 11. I think that's what it was. Yeah, CUP 11-2007. It was actually approved by the City Council. We in Wendover were here at the presentation, and we were behind that. It was a previous owner. It wasn't the current owner now, but it was a previous owner. They applied for the CUP to put one home on 5 acres. They extended and extended. It was in place for like 9 years, and they ultimately never did build the house, and it let it expire. But to your question, of course, you have to do a minor subdivision anyway on the 10 acres, one home on 5 acres. But it says, subject to stormwater management plan, but it also says, in addition to the above-mentioned conditions, the applicant will be required to comply with other criteria as deemed necessary by the FDEP and the St. Johns River Water Management District. So it's a requirement of the CUP, of the one that we were looking at, for that to happen. So that would be the approval of a CUP within the wetlands, that they would have to comply with that. Okay, so it's not like, oh, you would be approving it, but they don't have to meet St. John's, and it would be which one takes precedence? This is actually in the CUP.
So just to continue my thought on this, so if you were having a public hearing on a conditional use where an applicant has in their hand all the permitting requirements, federal and state, wetlands are an issue of development, but development is the intention. At that public hearing, if I showed evidence of all that information, there wouldn't be much of a discussion. There wouldn't be any opposition
If it's on this
to it.
property and the people in Wendover were there, we would have no issue with it. But
any place
but
else
we
in
would
Titus-
have the opportunity through the CUP process to be party and present during that discussion. If you eliminate the CUP requirement on the wetlands portion, you have no public hearing.
Well, I
There is
think
no public process
That,
anymore.
that gets to my question. If the applicant, without public hearing, I think that was mentioned earlier, goes to the state and federal permitting agencies to develop their land in accordance with federal and state laws, and obtains a permit necessary to build on their land, brings that permit in hand, files a conditional use, goes to a public notified public hearing, and the 91 people in the room are going to see those permits, there would be no opposition. Or Wendover Farms or other places.
Potentially, yeah, right. I don't know what other requirements the city might place in the CUP. All we're looking at right here is what was placed on that existing CUP at the time.
Right, I'm just concerned
That
for
was what was
the
placed on
citizens
it.
at this point. Yes, the conditional use is more for the receipt of the citizens and the interaction with
Right,
the.
but the CUP allows
staff.
for that public process to take place. If you eliminated that, there would be no.
Mr. Aton.
I just want to try to distill down what I think I heard. Citizens are in favor of what's presented here as drafted. That's the win-win-win.
Well,
You just don't want to give up the CUP process if it's in the wetlands. As long as it's in the uplands, then
That's right.
we're all good.
And we just are seeing it presented a little differently in what Brad gave to you, because at the city council meeting, when the direction was given, it was suggested that it would be 2 lines here, not this, an L/C
Yeah.
that he
we're-
has here. We all agreed and
And-
felt like it
and
was
I
the best
think,
thing
you
to
know,
separate the 2
and
lines.
trying to understand what Brad's goal was is that I think generally on the professional side, the belief is if they're trying to build in the wetlands, it's going to get stopped and the public's going to be protected on the state side. We don't have to do it. But I understand your point as it relates to making the public aware and having a voice if it is going to get at least considered in the wetlands. I think it's dubious whether it would proceed, but we're trying to streamline the hearing process.
But as far as that table's concerned, just a point, there is no other location in there where there's an L/C or anything duplicate in a square. That is the only location, and I suggest that not be put 2 lines instead of the 1.
Any other cards?
Sandra Klinger.
Sandra Klinger, 2680 Bobcat Trail. I do want to address some of staff's concerns from perspective disagreeing with staff's statement that this would be a duplication of effort. There is a clear distinction between what the state of Florida does through DEP, the Water Management District, which is permitting, and what the city of Titusville does through their land use planning processes and in the enacting of the comprehensive plan and land development regulations. That's exactly why the city of Titusville has adopted these regulations. That is a covenant to the people of Titusville of how development will occur in this community based on our community values, by what's important to our community. In many, many places through the comprehensive plan and the land development regulations, it speaks to the importance to the city of Titusville of protecting the functional value of wetlands. Again and again, and it talks about working not in deference to state regulatory agencies, but in concert with state regulatory agencies in this pursuit. So this idea that, oh, well, if we, and nowhere does it say except for single family. It says for all development. So I disagree with staff on that point. As Connie said, the CUP process is the public hearing process. So anytime you're talking about removing the public participation, I think you should have due caution. We have agreed through this mediation discussion that we could see where if it is uplands and it is outside the conservation wetland area, which has been the ground truth wetland portion of the property, okay, it's a single family home and they're doing it on 1 home per 5 acres and the upland portion, okay, maybe you don't need a CUP for that. But when you're impacting the wetland, you're talking about a resource that extends beyond the property. The functional value of wetlands has a value to the community at large, not just that landowner. And that is why that is, in my opinion, important that it remains in the CUP process. So the public at large has an ability to participate when we're talking about impacting that resource. That's why the state of Florida is involved in wetlands altogether, because of its value to the community. These functional values go far beyond the property boundaries. It affects all of us in the community. And we've seen that more and more. And as far as the CUP and the few conditions in a CUP, that's an option. But that CUP is the vehicle that gives the city the ability to put more restrictions in place when warranted. And I certainly hope over time we've learned more and we will continue to learn more into the future and may want to enact additional restrictions as we know more, as we understand the importance of protecting these things. Just because we did a poor job putting restrictions in 2007 doesn't mean we shouldn't do better in 2023. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other cards?
No, sir.
Okay. Any other conversation? Any other questions? Go ahead.
So, since apparently it was brought up before about the two rows in the table versus the 2 characters in the table with the comma, any comment as to why it was decided to go this direction versus the 2 rows?
We just feel it's more efficient than having 2 rows with 2 different, I mean, you have, every other use that's listed in that table, you have, depending on the zoning district, what it's required to go through a public hearing or not. And in some cases, it says limited, but then you look at the conditions, it says, yes, limited, but if it's on this certain road, then it has to go with the condition of use. It may not say C in the table. So it's all about, we debated whether we should keep it C or make it L. It doesn't make any difference, but the way we presented it, we think is the best and most efficient way of doing it.
Yeah, I get it. It's already a big table. And I'm assuming that every other column or cell in spreadsheet terms of the second row, if there was a second row, would be blank, right? Because that was the kind of the idea.
Correct. We worked, when we updated and created that table several years ago, trying to restructure our code, there was a lot of work put into getting rid of duplications of different types of uses and definitions of uses for the same thing. So I think going this direction of creating 2 single-family detached rows in here is probably contrary to our efforts that we attempted to clean up last time.
Any other questions? Any other comments? Mr. Aton?
I move to accept whatever the number, single-family dwellings in open space and a recreation zoning district. Let's see, get all this. And wetland and conservation area or overlay ordinance as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Member Childs. Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Roll call, please.
Secretary Grant,
Yes.
Member Faison,
Yes.
Member Childs,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Richardson,
Yes.
Member Garrard,
Yes.
Member Perez,
Yes.
Member Aton.
Yes.
It passes, and the recommendation passes and will be heard by City Council at their next meeting next week. And you're instructed to bring 92 people.
This is the win-win-win.
Yeah. Next item. Eddie gets to talk.
It's about time. I'm just kidding. This is item 9C, page 182 of 283. Small Scale Comprehensive Plan Amendment number 9, 2022, Wealth Hospitality. The applicant, Woody Rice of Epic Consultants of Florida, LLC, on behalf of the property owner Jesse Das Kirk, owner, is requesting a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment with rezoning on approximately 3 acres for the purpose of constructing a 120 to 140 room hotel. The subject property is an unplatted parcel located on Helen Hauser Boulevard and has 200 feet of frontage on Interstate 95, a limited access highway. The intent of the request is to change the future land use designation of the property from commercial high intensity and conservation to commercial high intensity and rezone the property from general use, GU zoning, to tourist, T, to support the intended hotel. The findings are that the comprehensive plan future land use map amendment is consistent with the city's comprehensive plan. The rezoning is consistent with the city's comprehensive plan and the land development regulations, including the rezoning criteria described in section 34-40 of the code. I did also want to add a couple points. This property was previously zoned T tourist, which is the requested zoning designation. It was changed to the current GU zoning designation with ordinance 27, 1997 in 1997. It appears that was to allow the development of the billboard that's existing on the site currently. I'd also like to point the commission to page 187 of your agenda packet. Item number 6, beginning on line 9, describes the land use and environmental qualities of the property. And so the staff comment in this section states, the subject property is the last remaining undeveloped parcel located on Helen Hauser Boulevard, south of Highway 50, and has utilities available. The request would allow the development of a hotel with convenient access to the motoring public traveling along Interstate 95. The request supports the use of non-automobile modes of transportation in that the subject property is within a reasonably comfortable walking distance, quarter mile, from at least 3 restaurants, and there are existing sidewalks in the Helen Hauser Boulevard right-of-way. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service National Wetlands Inventory Map indicates the presence of wetlands on the site. In response to the indication of wetlands, the applicant submitted a wetlands and environmental assessment which confirmed the presence of 2.86 acres of low to moderate quality wetlands on the site. If impacts are proposed to wetlands, then permits will be needed from the St. Johns River Water Management District and FDEP, and mitigation will be required. According to the report, the wetland qualities on the site are low to moderate. Although the wetlands are not directly disturbed by immediately adjacent development, they are invaded by exotic nuisance vegetation and are adversely affected by artificial hydrological alterations, the ponds to the west and the southwest of the site, and the impounding effect of adjacent development to the north. For this project site, it's reasonable to assume that all 2.86 acres of on-site wetlands will need to be impacted to accommodate a hotel project. And that's my summary of the item. Thank you.
Any questions of the staff? Mr. Drive.
Not being familiar with the background, what I noticed with the information you provided, which was excellent, the roadway that serves this property serves the other properties to the north. Mm-hmm. And I looked at that and said, I wonder if there was a plan to ever extend the road for this terminates that potential. When I looked at the additional information you showed, it illustrates the wetlands actually get larger headed southward and then westward. So the potential of roadway development, it's very severely limited. So there wouldn't be a concern for extending the roadway. And that's part of your staff recommendation to move forward with this?
That's correct. And also the property to the south is city-owned property that's part of the Blue Heron Water Reclamation Facility.
Thank you.
Any other questions of staff? Okay, we'll open the public hearing. Mr. Rice.
Woody Rice, 505 Indian River Avenue, Epic Consultants of Florida. How you all doing tonight? Glad your first meeting was pretty interesting for your two. One of the things I've been doing development work and civil engineering for close to 40 years now, and one of the nice things about where I'm at in my career is I get to pick and choose good projects that I think have a chance to move forward. And although this was a difficult one, this is a little more difficult, there's two things that sort of made me believe that there was a possibility that this could work. One is I was very familiar with the Hellenhauser development because I've done a couple of the Durangos, I've done the hotel across, and I actually did the road improvements out there and designed those. But the other thing that really propelled me there was when I looked at this site, there was certain impacts that this wetland has that is not normal. One is hydraulically, it's been altered drastically, okay? So the chances of it surviving and becoming a pristine wetland are very slim. And basically you have I-95 that's right next to it, okay, that had an impact, hydraulically disconnected it from the wetlands across the road. Then you had the development from Hellenhauser, and actually I went back and got an old aerial to see what the signature of that land was before it was developed, and it's the same signature. Okay, so it was hydraulically disconnected from that. Then there's a big borrow pit next to the Titusville wetlands that the city owns that also hydraulically disconnected it. And then when the DOT decided to expand I-95, they bought land immediately to the south of this and made a stormwater pond and a borrow pit for the expansion of the third lane on I-95. There's also 4 different canals that drain the whole area. And those canals, there's one immediately to the west, just on the other side of the West 50 Plaza Hellenhauser development. There's a ditch right on the west side there, and it drains all the way down to that borrow pit by the city. Then there's another borrow pit right next to, or canal, that goes under I-95, and it drains next to that borrow pit stormwater thing for the expansion of I-95. And then the city has, I think it's, don't quote me on the acreage, but I think it's like 345 acre man-made wetland to treat effluent from the AWT plant right there. And what that does is the discharge from the sewer plant goes into this man-made wetland and discharges out into the Addis Canal after it goes through different types of cells for nitrogen, phosphorus, and chlorine removals and things like that. It polishes it to more of a background level before it's discharged into the fire. What's important about the 345 acres is there's a berm that goes all the way around it because you don't want the effluent to go out off the site and go to other areas. So this berm has hydraulically separated this also from that. So the chances of it really having an opportunity to be rejuvenated, redone, is very slim. Granted, a lot of what I'm asking tonight is a wetland. It is. But it's one of those areas that we will be mitigating. Okay, it's required. We have to mitigate. But it's one of those areas that if there was an area that had an urban effect from development already there, this is one of those areas. Okay, it's the last parcel of land along that Hellenhauser can be really utilized. As staff has said that, the city already owns the rest of it right there. So all I'm asking for tonight is, I'm here to answer any questions, is for your support. It does go in front of City Council next week, and I'd appreciate your support.
Any questions of Mr. Rice? Now's your chance. I think he's the only card.
Thank you.
I found it kind of interesting. Okay. I found it kind of interesting that you had a community meeting at your house. First time I've ever heard that.
I'm sorry?
I found it rather interesting that you had a community meeting at your house.
Yes, I did.
Were you invited?
I was.
No, actually only one person showed up, and that was the owner of the property, okay, that I had, but it was only one.
just for everybody to understand, Helen Hauser was the first female chairman of planning and zoning back in the 80s. And she was the first. And I succeeded her in 1984. So, yes, I'm an old man. But I found also kind of interesting, and I called Brad about this, that portion of the environmental statement was redacted, referring to, yeah. And he tells me that it was redacted because of a new state law?
Listed species and their location has to be redacted. It's not public information anymore by state law. That was something that was enacted last year. So,
Okay. It'll be to council also.
yeah.
I find that strange.
Why is that? They don't want these species to be killed off before the property is.
So the information is provided to us and staff. We review it. We have that information. As far as it being available to the public, the statute's pretty clear that it's not available. There's some things that are not available to the public, even though it's held by a municipality. That information is held by a municipality. So there's some exceptions to the sunshine laws.
Mr. Rogers. Oops, excuse me. Mr. Perez, still.
Yeah, Woody, I did have one question. You referred to mitigation. What mitigation is planned?
You know, and I actually talked to one of the city council members because they asked me the same thing, and I know what the desire, and I know what I would prefer to do, and I'd love to mitigate inside the city limits of Titusville and set aside wetlands. Unfortunately, when you go through the process with the Army Corps and the St. John's, it's just isn't going to happen. They're not going to approve and accept it. It's almost anymore nowadays, you pretty much have to go to a mitigation bank. And it's probably what will happen here because that's what's going to be accepted by the Army Corps.
Mr. Rogers.
There was a mention of the use of mitigation to the north on 95. What's the name of that?
I'm sorry, I wear
Sorry, yeah, I've only got one working here myself. There was a mention, I believe, in the paperwork of using a mitigation bank to the north. It's a large piece of property. I can't remember what the name of it is. Farmton, yeah, which was at least kind of in the same general area. All I was going to say, which is probably not that much use, was, I'm a tree hugger and pretty sensitive about wetlands, and this one doesn't bother me.
Yeah, and I think Farmington credits are used up, but I'm not sure. I mean, it's not my realm of expertise. Is doing. I have environmental scientists that will do that. But I think the Tia Verde Bank is the one that's still available for our basin. And yeah, I don't really like it so much that they're further away from our community because I'd like to see us have the enjoyment of having something like that. Closer by to our community where we could do some mitigation that made an impact to our community that we could use and have trails and things like that. But it's just right now there's nothing available.
Chairman, I'd like to point one additional thing out and also ask the applicant to confirm. On page 185 on line 12 towards the bottom of the page, we state that a concept plan was submitted with the request. And the concept plan is shown on page 210. Section 3439 of our code that describes the rezoning process encourages applicants to provide a concept plan. And in this case, a concept plan was provided. If a concept plan is provided, then it becomes binding. And any changes to the concept plan, if there are minor modifications, can be approved at the staff level. If there are major modifications, they have to come back through the rezoning process. And so I want to make sure with the applicant that he's okay with the concept plan being submitted and binding.
Yeah, I really don't have a problem at all with the hotel count and the parking count and all that being binding, and the layout is pretty fixed, but there are some engineering things that we don't know yet. One of the things is with stormwater, we're trying to buy credit, the leftover stormwater volume that's in the existing Helen Hauser development. This lot is not part of that development, okay? So we need to buy it from those owners, but that development is built out. And I know what the excess credits are because I tracked them. Okay, so we'd like to do that, and then we have LID is the other option. I think that we'll end up with some pervious concrete, some rain gardens. You know, so I might have to create a little more green space in certain areas to accommodate that. So I'd like to have that flexibility to be able to do that from an engineering standpoint.
Any problem with that? Eddie?
There shouldn't be a problem because it refers to the same section that that Eddie referred to, refers to where you go to figure out whether it's a minor modification or a major modification. And stormwater, perimeter stormwater and internal lakes configuration and even parking layout is all considered to be a minor modification. So it does allow some flexibility of layout of this project.
So we could make a motion without any condition that addresses that.
Okay. We have one other card, Mrs. Spar.
Mary Spar. I live in Cocoa. Let me get this handed out. I guess the clock's running. Okay. Just wait. Thank you. First of all, let me say that I'm not disagreeing with anything that Mr. Rice said. But we're talking about whether or not this project complies with the comprehensive plan. And I'm not seeing how this project is going to comply with comprehensive plan conservation element strategy 1.6.3.2, which is the heart of the wetlands policy. It was created back in 1990. I believe the stipulated settlement agreement with the state was signed on June 4th when we had the wetlands rejection found not in compliance in the 2010 amendments. The city decided once again to place this policy in the comprehensive plan. It had been in there all along, but the transmittal in 2010 tried to take it out, and then the city decided to place it in. It is the heart of the city's wetlands policies. So this policy protects wetlands 5 acres or more in size in a different way than it does wetlands less than 5 acres. And you have your paper before you. At a minimum, wetlands 5 acres or more in size shall be designated as a conservation land use. Okay. And wetlands less than 5 acres will be subject to review to determine what protection, if any, they should receive from development. And this review will be based on the functional value criteria specified in strategy 1.6.4. So if you have a wetland that is 5 acres in size or greater, it must be designated conservation land use. And the functional value review doesn't have anything to do with it, whether or not it's going to be designated conservation land use. The functional value review is for those wetlands less than 5 acres in size. Okay. I
Do you need an additional minute?
please, if, you know, I was wondering if I might have 2 minutes. I actually tried to get this timed and then, you know.
Everybody agree to 2 minutes? Okay, continue.
Thank you so much. Okay, so maybe the applicant thinks that just because his property is only 3 acres, it can't possibly have a wetland that's 5 acres in size that would need to be in conservation land use. But he might not have a wetland on his property that is 5 acres or more in size, but wetlands don't follow property lines. A wetland on his property could continue onto the adjacent properties and all in all be over 5 acres in size. And I believe this is the case here, and staff has even said the wetlands on the subject property are adjacent to and appear hydrologically connected to the wetlands on the city-owned property to the south. Combined, the entire wetland on and off the subject property has the potential to be 5 acres or more in size. So, you know, as discussed earlier, that conservation element, policy 1.6.4, addresses a functional value, but that doesn't apply here. I'm sorry if I just digress for 1 second, but the county does specify about functional wetlands in their wetlands language, but you don't. It's wetland 5 acres in size or less than 5 acres in size. So the only thing that matters is the size of the wetlands, whether it's 5 acres or it's not. If the on-site and off-site portion of the wetlands are 5 acres and greater, I believe you have your answer. The small-scale amendment to the comprehensive plan changing the existing conservation land use to commercial high intensity is not in compliance with the city's comp plan, and you should recommend denial. Conservation land use has certain allowed uses, such as, I got about 2 sentences. Okay. Conservation land use has certain allowed uses, such as 1 residential dwelling unit per 5 acres. And conservation land use also has conditional uses and a provision to protect property rights. The applicant is stuck with those provisions, assuming the on-site and off-site acreage of the wetland is 5 acres or more.
Okay. Any questions of Mrs. Barr? Any other cards?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you want to be recognized?
I get rebuttal, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and I read that, and what we're talking about is 2.95 acres of wetlands on this property, okay? And that's what we're talking about. We're not talking about how development happened with Titusville on their wetlands, how it was developed to be a borrow pit from DOT, okay? How Helen Hauser development all the way down was developed with the same footprint, okay? But we are talking about 2.95 acres of wetlands on a 3-acre site with a billboard on it that has easements that go through it for access to that billboard. That's not functional. And we'll be happy to do the functionality for the 2.95 acres of wetlands that we're impacting.
Any other questions of Mr. Rice? Okay, the public hearing is closed. What is your pleasure? I see you're all chomping at the bit. Oh, okay. Member Faison.
Yeah, this is a tough one. Sorry, Woody. So staff, Eddie, is she correct that the 5 acres that are in question is immaterial of the boundary of the property?
So for this question, I'll point to the commission to page 193, the staff findings. We addressed it under the land use amendment section. It says the wetland and environmental report was submitted as evidence to address the requirements described in comprehensive plan conservation element strategy 1.6.3.2, which states Wetlands 5 acres or more in size shall be designated as conservation land use, and wetlands less than 5 acres will be subject to review to determine what protection, if any, they should receive from development. According to the Wetland and Environmental Report, the on-site wetlands are low to moderate condition. There may be some secondary impacts to the adjacent wetlands, and that all proposed wetland impacts must be clearly be demonstrated as unavoidable. Further, the report states that mitigation bank credits are available to offset unavoidable wetland impacts on the site within the St. Johns River Basin. So the question really is on page 189, and that's where we lay out the comp plan policy. If the commission feels that the wetland off-site is included in this definition, I mean, that's a question the commission has to decide. One of the challenges is the evidence that's been provided tonight is a wetland survey for the wetlands on the site of the subject property. And while it's easy to see from aerials that it's likely to be wetlands off-site of the subject property, we don't have an official wetland survey confirming wetlands off-site. So it's something to consider. It's likely that there are wetlands off-site. And so I would just point the commission to this section. Again, this is on page 189, strategy 1.6.3.2.
Mr. Aton.
That's for Eddie, I guess. Would the borrow pits owned by the city of Titusville and the Florida Department of Transportation violate the OR conservation zoning, or are those permitted uses in those? So, because generally, if the boundary of the wetlands extends beyond the property, those are the two adjacent properties that it would extend into, correct?
So if I understand the question, could a borrow pit be established within a wetland in the open space and recreation zoning?
Correct. I guess my point is if this is correct, that the same should have been applied to both of those adjacent properties. That because they're over 5 acres, it appears, and they're in that same wetlands area.
Sure.
Mr. Aton, are you referring to the property system north?
Let's see. It's where's the? It's the properties to the west and to the south, right?
I think that's the stormwater management system for
Oh,
the
this
other
is north?
the master plan.
Oh yeah, okay. So yeah, so east and south. Then I guess I was assuming the map was, or the photo was north, but yeah, the adjacent property to the north and the east, right? This way, east, and that's north. Oh, east is 95. So, well, yet another is out of use, and it did the wetland extend into 95. But yeah, mostly I guess to the east. The West 50 Plaza stormwater management system. Is that part of the wetlands too, and is that a permitted use if this zoning had been, or this comp plan had been applied per the regulation?
I'm assuming you're talking about the developments that are on both sides of Helen Hauser that are already constructed with the stormwater plan, stormwater system, and the hotels?
No, I was talking about the city's
property to the
West
south?
50 Plaza stormwater management system, that property, because that's within feet of this property, right? So
Yeah, that property to the south is owned by the city. South of the subject property, and that's part of the, that's all one big tract, part of their stormwater treatment area.
yeah, my
Or a
question was
sewer treatment area.
Is that consistent with this also? because one of the things Mr. Rice mentioned was that, you know, all the development that's already happened there around this area, didn't seem to necessarily comply with this either. That's kind of where I'm going.
We're not sure. We have to look back to see how any of that was approved. You know, this is also, it might have been approved with permitting prior to being annexed too, from the county, based on other regulations. So we're not sure. I don't think we have that answer.
Mr. Childs.
So, yeah, how are we supposed to, according to the ordinance, how are we supposed to know what's connected to other wetlands? You know, like if the onus isn't on the owner to show, the onus is just on them to show what's on their property, but like how are we supposed to determine that it's connected to other wetlands or not? I don't know.
Well, you do have a wetlands and environmental report describing the wetlands on the site, and I believe there's a section that describes the general area, and so that can give you an idea. But I think if you're asking how can you make a decision without any ground truth verified wetlands off the site, I can't answer that for you.
Well, you can, I mean, we have general information that's provided, that's open source information that we utilize to create the maps you see on page 202 through 204 or 206, all of those maps.
Right.
But that's not surveyed information, that's just open source information from state agencies.
So we can look at that and we're assuming that that wetland is connected to the other, and then I don't know. Okay, sorry.
Mr. Chairman, a question perhaps of Mr. Rice and staff. The citation to the comprehensive plan related to the acreage, if I understand the presentation, the wetlands on site of the comprehensive plan amendment that would be amending it from the OR district to the request would fall below the threshold, but regardless, it's an amendment to the comprehensive plan. The evidence in this, and I made note this is being considered as quasi-judicial, and Mr. Rice is explaining, if you can provide any further for us, that would be helpful. But you explained how this is an isolated area cut off from hydrological flows, both historically, I-95, less historically, the development of the stormwater treatment areas and/or the wastewater treatment areas behind a berm. So when we talk about, well, it could be 5 acres if you extended where the area was, I guess I heard you say it can't extend from where it is because it's hydrologically cut off. You mentioned I-95, the berm, the road. Oh, I'm sorry. The question I have is that you presented your evidence that you stated as part of your request that there's a segregation of this property hydrologically from other wetlands because of such things as I-95, a berm around an area, being unfamiliar with all this other than what I'm hearing, and other factors that isolate this to a net area of less than 5 acres of wetlands. And then the report in the staff report is that that area is in a poor condition. Invasive species and other matters have rendered it as probably not a viable area for wetland growth. Growth meaning that it would be vibrant, it would stay as an organism, as it may be called. Because of that, and you made those statements on the record, so relying on that, you would say this is less than the 5 acres in response to the citizens' comment about this comprehensive plan policy 1.6.3.2.
The map area that I do have is with those boundaries I identified, okay? In my opinion, and I haven't done an aerial overlay, but those are greater than 5 acres, in my opinion, just based on the square of the development I'm talking about, okay? What I don't know, though, is there's been no ground truthing of that land. I don't know if there's uplands in between each area, this is segregated or not. I don't know any of that. I don't have permissions to walk on other people's land and start doing wetland lines either. Okay? So I have no evidence saying that there is, and I have no evidence saying there isn't. I don't have the right to go across boundaries and flag stuff on other people's property. How do I do that?
Mr. Faison.
My question is for staff. So Mr. Rice made a comment about that there are already easements and that the state is already driving in those areas. Would that be a violation of wetlands to have vehicles driving in those areas? Driving in wetlands.
So the easements that Mr. Rice described are easements for access to the billboard to manage the, maintain the billboard. I believe that the state permitting agencies that are looking at impacts to wetlands would describe a vehicle driving through a wetland as an impact. I don't know that the easements traverse through the wetlands on the site, but just assuming the things that they look at for impacts, because one of the other things that's mentioned in the environmental report is secondary impacts. So just having lights nearby could cause an impact, or stormwater runoff. And so typically the water management district will require a 15-foot wide buffer from the boundary of a wetland to prevent secondary impacts to that wetland. And so I would imagine that driving a vehicle then would definitely be either a primary, I would imagine definitely a primary, but if not, then definitely a secondary impact to a wetland.
Okay, so these wetlands have already been impacted, is the point.
I don't know for a fact that the easements are in the wetland area.
Okay.
Any other comments or discussion?
I have one after. I was looking at the map that Brad had talked about, the overlaid, and on page 202, and it looks like the other, hotels and stuff that were built around there, they're also in the wetlands there. But and it looks, from this image, it looks like they were connected to all the other wetlands too. So how would we have approved those developments that look like from this picture are connected to more than 5 acres of wetland, but this one wouldn't get approved? Like it looks like from this, from this image that the other lots had wetlands on them before they were developed. It looks like it's connected to the other wetlands from this image. I would just
be careful looking at other adjacent properties to determine how you would make a decision on this particular land use decision.
Okay.
Because we're not sure how those properties were approved. If they were approved in the county first, or some kind of other process, or maybe they were in a city under a different process than what we have currently. Right now, what you have is an application to request the land use, the comprehensive plan, to be amended. So really what you're looking at is the comprehensive plan policies, goals, objectives, and policies, to see if this application is being submitted to you is consistent with that. Then your next decision is about zoning.
Yeah, but I think anytime you're making a decision, you look at precedent though, right? So if it was done before, then they made the decision that it wasn't part of it. So it kind of helps your decision going forward or not. That's all I'm saying. I think you always take in precedent into account.
Understood, but we don't know what that process was for those other ones.
Right, I got you. I got it.
Any other comments? Anyone care to make a motion?
Mr. Richardson, may I make one statement to
Yes.
Mr. Gerard mentioned that this was a quasi-judicial process. We just want to clarify that there's really 2 decisions being made tonight. The first one is on the land use. Did the applicant provide enough information to justify, is it consistent with the comprehensive plan? And does it meet the goals and policies, objectives and policies of the comprehensive plan, including that one strategy that was mentioned here? Then you make that decision as a legislative decision. Then your next decision is going to be about the rezoning. Right now, it's not OR zoning, so it's got general use zoning on it. So the question is the zoning request after your land use decision is made? And if it's approved, to go ahead and bring it to commercial, then your decision is the proposed zoning even consistent with that just approved land use and the other zoning criteria? So I just want to make sure these are really 2 different types of decisions that you have to look at.
It required 2 motions.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Mr. Garrard.
Just a comment, I appreciate your comment on that. You're right. I looked down at the one that said this is quasi judicial where it's the zoning change. You're absolutely right. It is a legislative one, so thank you for the correction.
Mr. Aton.
I got a question, and I'll probably make a motion. So we're not even currently consistent with this? Is that what I just heard? Because it's not conservation currently?
The future land use on the property is currently commercial high intensity and conservation. So the request is to change the entire property to conservation and rezone from general use to tourist. And the property was previously in the tourist district before it was general use. It was rezoned to general use in '97 for the billboard purposes.
But as it relates to the land use on the comprehensive plan, it's a mixed land use currently, parts council.
Any other discussion? Anyone care to make a motion? Okay.
No. I'll make a motion to approve the small scale comprehensive plan amendment, SSA number 9-2022, I think is the correct.
Second
Make
that.
sure nothing got cut off here.
A motion that's been made to recommend approval. There's a second. Any discussion? Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Member Faison?
Yes.
Member Perez?
Yes.
Member Aton?
Yes.
Member Gerard?
Yes.
Vice Chairman Richardson?
Yes.
Member Childs?
Yes.
Secretary Grant?
Yes.
Okay. The second motion?
Can we, I'm sorry, Mr. Richardson, can I just interject real quick? As part of that motion that was approved, could you maybe add addition to that states a statement that this is consistent with the comprehensive plan? There's some language on page 182 of your packet. So if you find that the reason for your motion and approval of it was because of consistency with the comprehensive plan, there's some language there to help you with that. It's on the bottom of page 182.
So do we need to just say this because we already approved it, or do
You
we
would
need
make
to-
a motion to amend the previous motion as follows.
Okay. I move to amend the previous motion to include the statement that the rezoning is consistent with the city's comprehensive plan and the land development regulations, including the rezoning criteria described in section 34-40 of the code.
Is there a second to the motion? Second. Any discussion? Roll call vote on that one?
Member Aton?
Yes.
Member Gerard?
Yes.
Secretary Grant?
Yes.
Member Childs?
Yes.
Member Faison?
Yes.
Vice Chairman Richardson?
Yes.
Member Perez?
Yes.
Okay, so we need a second motion.
For the rezoning, if you decide to go forward. And I would recommend if you do go forward with approval of it, find consistency or inconsistency that you can refer to the second bullet on that same page, 182, or to a particular policy in the or criteria in the code.
Oh, that's actually the bullet I read.
Yeah.
I read the wrong bullet.
You read both of them. Oh, it's,
Okay. Member Faison.
I move that we approve the rezoning of the general use to tourist zoning district with a concept plan. This rezoning is consistent with the city's comprehensive plan and land development regulations, including the rezoning criteria described in section 34-40 of the code.
second.
Second by Member Childs. Any discussion? Okay, roll call, please.
Vice Chairman Richardson?
Yes.
Secretary Grant?
Yes.
Member Perez?
Yes.
Member Gerard?
Yes.
Member Childs?
Yes.
Member Aton?
Yes.
Member Faison?
Yes.
Does this come up before city council next week?
Yes.
Okay. No. Okay, next item is 11A, accessory dwelling units advisability. That's coming before us for the second time.
Mr. Richardson, I believe there's another item 10, petitions and requests from the public.
Okay. It's on the regular agenda. Petitions and petitions and requests from the public. Now, number 11A, accessory dwelling units advisability. My mouth is getting dry.
So this item was brought back to you, sent back to you by the city council. I tried my best to explain to them what the concerns were from the commission and why you asked for city council to consider looking at the conditions that are in the code to allow for an accessory dwelling unit. If you recall, that ordinance was adopted several years ago, and we've had very few takers, I guess, utilize that code. And some members of the commission at the last, or a couple of meetings ago, stated that they would like to see there's some way to make it more flexible. And I know Mr. Richardson spoke to me about, we should have referenced the fact that the city of Palm Bay has a similar code, maybe more flexible, that we can consider. I didn't mention that to city council, but what city council's response to us about this request was more about what would the surrounding neighborhoods think about this as far as an impact. And so they specifically asked for the commission to investigate this further to see, look at stated on the last sentence here in the paragraph on page 250 of your packet, looking at the possible effects on the neighborhoods, acceptance of the neighborhood, and the commonality of implementation in all neighborhoods. I did send you the video of the city council meeting, so you could, if you had a chance to review that, you'll see the full discussion that the council had on this item. And they also specifically asked that this not be brought back to them until 6 months from now. So they want to give the commission a lot of time to really look into this to see everything about this particular ordinance if possible. So we'll take any direction you have as to how you want to go forward with this. We'll provide you any information you have. There was, I think Eddie has provided you something from the American Planning Association, or even the Florida Housing Association as well, about this. We can share it with you again, any other information you like.
Mr. Faison, do you have any comment?
Oh my goodness. Yeah, so that, mentioning that Palm Bay has this, is like Palm Bay's already doing this. Asking right now, the impact of the neighborhood, I think that's a fair question. I believe because I watched the video and someone had the comment of, Member Robinson had the comment of that this hasn't been in existence long enough to have any longevity, to have any real feedback, any data to it. And I understand that. The problem that I have, or the issue that I have, is that affordable housing is a problem now. A feasibility study only prolongs the issue. As we see, we have plenty of homes or neighborhoods, developments that are going up in the city of Titusville right now that are 300,000 and above. If we wait until 10 years, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, for there to be a feasibility study to be done, where will housing prices be at that time? I'll just give you a quick anecdote about this issue. My neighbor that purchased the house next door to me is a member of the United States Space Force. Great young man. He's in his 20s. He just got married before he left. He lived in a home maybe 1.5 to 2 years before he got orders to go to D.C. Fantastic young man. He rented his house out to another wonderful family, a former Special Forces member who was working over at Space Force, has the aspirations of being one of Space Force's first 100 astronauts. This is my neighbor, okay? He lived there maybe 6 months before He was reshuffled back to Texas. So as we build these homes, we have people that are just coming and going, coming and going, coming and going. And so as these homes that are being built that are not affordable, these people will probably buy them, knowing that they're not going to stay here forever and then leave. Okay? So the point behind that is that the house next door to me right now is renting for $2,600. The house, my neighbor's house, is on the market for rent right now, and that's why I got upset about the word market rate. It's renting for $2,600. Now, I don't know if you guys are aware of what happened in Victorville, California in 2008, 2009. If you don't know what happened in Victorville, California, that's where a lot of developers came in and built a lot of homes. But then they couldn't sell the homes. So there's video on YouTube of developers with bulldozers knocking down homes that were under construction. We are approving developments in this community rapidly. And I just think that we need to kind of slow down and look for who's going to be here. Because my neighbor's gone. The guy that bought the house, he's gone. The person that moved in or rented the house is gone. The person that's still here is me, who's from Titusville. So just keep that all in mind, that as we approve these developments and people want to come in and build all these wonderful homes, will they stay in Titusville? Because those homes will. But will the people that bought them, will they? So.
But these are not.
No, these.
Mr. Grant.
Yeah. Go ahead,
We're not talking about developments here, though. We're talking about additions to already existing home sites, if I understand it correctly. Granny pads, I think they're called.
So what we're talking about is another way to have affordable homes in this community.
We have that with our tiny home ordinance that we approved a year or so ago.
That tiny home ordinance, if I'm not mistaken, it was you have to have 2 acres, and you put 5 homes per acre.
I'm not sure about that. Okay. Well, there you go.
So imagine this now. So imagine if you're a developer. Now just say you're a developer.
Okay.
You're going to buy 2 acres of land.
Right.
And then you could only put 5 homes per acre for a tiny home.
600 square foot.
For a tiny home. But guess how many houses you can put on if you put a full home? You can put almost 8 homes per acre.
Maybe why we don't see too many tiny home developments around.
It just doesn't work out. It just doesn't work out. So the alternative is the ADUs.
Right.
So, and again,
but again, they're not new developments now. This is on existing property. Okay. All right.
Yeah. So, but the reason why I brought up all the other stuff is because I want to highlight how much purchasing a home, what rental prices are currently.
Oh yeah.
And that another option for affordable homes are the ADUs, and they have to be kind of spacious. I mean, 400 to 600 square foot isn't a lot of space. You know what I mean? So if we can kind of get a little bit of space, or even a little bit smaller, but if we can kind of make relax those restrictions, maybe we have more people. Because I want to do one. I'll be honest with you, I want to do one. I'm in the market right now looking to move my parents into my home.
I would much prefer to see a tiny home development than say ADUs.
Well, let's let's get with staff and get those regulations that make it affordable.
Eddie, what do you think when our agenda isn't so packed? Adding that to an agenda in the future, within the next month or so.
Absolutely. We'll if you have any specific information in the meantime that you think would be helpful to the discussion, you can let us know. We'll try and bring some information forward to you all as well. Ways to reduce barriers to that type of development, and just some supplemental information that'll help the discussion.
Okay. Mr. Aton.
So, yeah, I think this would have certainly been helpful, Tranquility Bay on their part as well. But as it relates to, I think, having examples of things that with the current ordinance that make sense that you can't do, that need to be changed, is kind of what the council was saying, is like, we don't really understand. We've got something, we don't quite understand what we can and can't do. And this isn't necessarily on staff, it's on, there is no applicant on this, so normally it would be left up to the applicant, but it's very similar to the tiny home thing. It's like, okay, we've got an ordinance, but it's not working because the density is wrong. So same kind of thing on the ADUs. It seems like, we need something in that we can refer to that says, okay, this makes sense to do a 2-bedroom ADU or whatever, and it's not this thing that makes sense and meets a need isn't allowed. We need to tweak what's there to be able to do that, and then also fix the conflicts between Indian River City and everywhere else. So,
Member Childs.
Yeah, I did a little research on this, after we talked about it too, and there's some great articles out there. I think you probably sent us some of the same kind of stuff where they're talking about parking and taking away your restrictions for parking for the spaces and stuff like that. So, I definitely think there's some room for we live in the same neighborhood. The house right next to me, which is a little newer than yours, it's $3,000 a month. And then people living there from California, and there's like 6 people living there, adults. Anyway, but I think I know what their concern is. Could we look at different zones to put it in? Because I think right now we just have like Indian River City area, and then everything else, right? Or is the ADU just in specific zones right now?
It's allowed in every single family zoning district right now.
And so, I think maybe we need to look at different, if we can do, I don't want to make it complicated either, but, I know that's where you get into it. I know it's like you want to make it accessible, but then you also don't want to, decrease property values in certain areas, and that's what I think some people on city council were afraid of, so it's kind of tough, but I guess we can just, can we do a community meeting to talk about people? I don't know. I know we already have some, anyway, all right, I'll shut up. All right.
I would just like to comment that what I'm hearing is the question is affordability, regardless if it's an accessory dwelling or it's a tiny home, and that affordability apparently over some history here locally in time hasn't really shown or blossomed. No one's interested in providing affordable housing. In your comment earlier about a project tonight, at a different end of the spectrum. But affordability for the purposes is usually based on how big, how much, and incentivizing that is usually where you find affordability coming from. Meaning you either get a higher density or you get some type of benefit to the value of the property. I seem to recall that was several years ago, the state changed statutes regarding accessory dwellings, that you could be more permissive with them and less exclusionary. And that was based on trying to create affordable housing for families. You mentioned having your mother move in your house. So the question I've got is, I'm not sure you can address affordability unless you came up with some type of market analysis in Titusville that said affordability means that an accessory dwelling needs to not cost more than $30,000 because the marketability of it might be to rent it for $900 a month instead of $3,000. Here, what I personally can see Titusville's changing in the time I come back here. Homes are bigger, and there's more bigger homes coming. It seemed like the market's kind of steering Titusville towards something different than trying to create affordability. But if you're going to bring this back, somehow you have to get some type of market analysis of what is affordable, either as an accessory dwelling or a tiny home. Meaning if I bought 2 acres and I could put 6 tiny homes on it, I don't know what that standard was you just mentioned, but something like that. What's property like that? A market analysis would take staff a good deal of time, and that may be something that's outside your ballpark, but what I'm hearing, it seems difficult to answer the question, what's affordable, or how do you incentivize affordability for either accessory homes or accessory dwellings or tiny homes or a combination of both? Sounds like Key West. I think that was the issue at Key West. Everybody that worked there couldn't afford to live there, so they lived in Miami and drove. So they were one of the first places that adopted the tiny home idea to try to incentivize developers by density and value by less cost for each unit could turn into a rental in Keys, probably $3,000 a month for a 600 square foot home. But that's affordable in the Keys.
It seems to me that we need to have this ongoing discussion and put it on agendas that are loaded like this one. And it'll be an ongoing discussion. Everybody agree?
Could I make one?
Yeah.
One recommendation might help staff. If it's ongoing, maybe focus on components of the concern so that one presentation's X and one presentation's Y, and at the end of the thing, we can talk about the combination and the alphabet, because staff can't give you the alphabet without a whole lot of work, I'm sure.
They're overloaded with work. So we want to do this as you can do it.
We can send, in the previous agenda, we gave you a copy of the ordinance of the conditions in there. We can send it to you again so you can look at it, and at your next meeting, you can give us more direction as to what you want to focus on specifically.
With a copy of Palm Bay's.
Okay.
Would be nice. Okay. Public participation, we discussed that. Reports, city staff.
Nothing.
We're busy.
City attorney.
No report, thanks.
Okay, I'll just say that keep the Chairwoman Spidell in your thoughts and prayers. And anyone have a report?
I would like to thank all the members for allowing me to participate, the city staff for being here. I think you all do a real fine job of conducting a public hearing. It's been my pleasure to be here, my honor. So thank you all.
And I would like to say that I'm glad I lost the vote. He does a better job than I would have.
The alternate members will kind of rotate. So if you're needed, it'll be your turn next time. Our next meeting is when? March the 7th, I think? 8th?
8th.
Does it look like a loaded agenda?
2 so far, so.
Okay.
All right, let me go ahead and say now, Lori, I will not be here on the next one.
I also will not be here. I have a conference to attend.
I'll be in Maryland.
So we have 2 absences, so yeah, automatic, you're up here. Any other items? Chelsea, you need to tell us how your baby's doing. I know the chairman always asks you.
She's teething.
Oh, gosh. This meeting is adjourned.